Ah Dong, who was in a daze, reacted, hurriedly nodded, and then started to run. Ah Dong, who was in a daze, reacted, hurriedly nodded, and then started to run. Ah Dong did not have any residences in the divine tripod city, so he built a small hut in a forest near the city. When Chen Xiang followed him to the small cabin, he saw an old granny lying on the bed. "Grandmother, I've stirred up trouble. I need to leave this place as soon as possible." Ah Dong said to his grandmother with a face full of helplessness and guilt. This elder opened her eyes, and her eyes were incredibly bright. Although her hair was white, the skin on her face was as tender as jade. It was obvious that she was an elder with a certain cultivation base, but for some reason she was bedridden. "Did Ah Dong damage anything you do? How much do I have to lose?" The old granny's voice was very weak, as if she was using all the strength in her body to speak. "She's poisoned." Yue stuck her head out from her backpack and said softly. When Ah Dong saw Yue speak, he was shocked. "Little cat spoke." Chun Xiang smiled at him slightly. "She knows how to speak to begin with. Heal your grandmother first." "This isn't a serious illness. It's just that she was infected with a powerful poison." Chun Xiang took out a blood-red pill. This was an antidote pill refined with his blood. It could cure many different poisons. He didn't know whether it was effective or not. "Let your grandmother eat it." "Chun Xiang Pa S," said the antidote pill to Ah Dong. When Ah Dong Pa S said it to the old man's mouth, she did not open her mouth and said weakly, "Ah Dong, who is this person? Could it be to harm me?" "No, he saved me. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to a pulp by Murong Tian and the others." Ah Dong said he was certain that Chun Xiang was a good person and would never harm him. "Grandma, believe me, just eat this." The old granny looked at Chun Xiang with her pair of eyes that were filled with doubt and brightness. Chun Xiang smiled at her slightly. "Senior, just eat it." All these years that Ah Dong had been bullied around, if your poison was cured, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Chun Xiang was sure that this old granny had extraordinary strength. When the old granny saw the frail Ah Dong, her eyes filled with tears. How could she not know that Ah Dong had been bullied? She was just powerless as she opened her mouth and swallowed Chun Xiang's antidote. Not long after, she regained her spirit, and her face had regained its color. Moreover, there was black smoke coming out from her body. The antidote pill had already taken effect and was rapidly detoxifying. "Thank you. My poison has finally been dispelled. After more than 10 years, I had thought that I would die just like that." The old granny sat up, could use her own energy to cooperate with the detoxification. "What did you do?" the grandmother asked. "Beat Murong Tian up. I was worried that he would send people to take revenge on you. So I asked Ah Dong to bring me here." Chun Xiang said, "If you're well, you shouldn't be afraid of Murong Tian, right?" "Of course not." The old granny looked at Chun Xiang. "Who the Hell are you?" "I have never seen that detoxification pill before, and it can even dispel the strange poison in my body." "I'm from somewhere else, and you don't know the name." Chun Xiang smiled blandly. "I am actually quite curious about Senior's ident. One Tai. Senior's strength is definitely not weak. If you were to be poisoned, you wouldn't have persisted for so long." Chun Xiang patted Ah Dong's head and laughed. "In the future, Ah Dong will not have to suffer. It's still not too late for him to start cultivating." "I am sorry, Ah Dong." The old granny let out a long sigh as she looked at Ah Dong lovingly. At this time, Ah Dong's face was full of tears. This old granny had recovered very quickly and was now able to stand up. She took out a few delay pills to eat and was able to restore the vitality she had expended over the past 10 years. "Thank you so much. You saved my Yin Ting's life." After Yin Ting recovered, she immediately thanked and bowed to Chun Xiang. Although she was an old lady, her actions were extremely elegant, and it was obvious that she was an extremely beautiful woman when she was young. "There's no need to be polite, it's just a small matter." Chun Xiang laughed. "Grandmother, Big Brother wants to see the Jade Cauldron Divine King. Do you have a way? Dong could feel that Qin Xiang was heading towards the Jade Cauldron Divine King. He was very sensitive in this regard, although Qin Xiang seemed to be speaking casually. Just as Yin Ting wanted to answer, he suddenly frowned and said coldly, "Someone is approaching, so it should be Morong Tian's father. It's time to settle the score with them." Qin Xiang looked through the window and saw Morong Tian, as well as a middle-aged man who looked very similar to him. There were a lot of people coming. Some were even a few dozen. "Dong, I know you're inside. There's also that BASTARD who injured me. Hurry up and come out. I can spare your lives." Morong Tian roared. When he finished roaring, the door opened, but the ones who came out were not Dong and Chen Xiang, but the white-robed Yin Ting. Seeing Yin Ting flying out, the face of the middle-aged man beside Morong Tian immediately changed. He seemed to know Yin Ting's strength and also know about the matter of Yin Ting being poisoned. Although Yin Ting was old, he was extremely agile. After flying, he arrived beside Morong Tian in the blink of an eye and struck him with her palm. With a thunderous explosion, Morong Tian's body exploded into a burst of light and then disappeared, while the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Morong Tian was actually killed by Yin Ting's palm strike. Qin Xiang and Dong were shocked. Yin Ting's strength was stronger than what Qin Xiang had imagined. "Morong Hua, long time no see. Your son has become quite amazing. He looks like he misses you as well. What a good seedling." Yin Ting sneered. Morong Hua was infuriated. So what if he was a good seedling? He had already been killed. How did you cure yourself of the poison? Morong Hua took a few steps back, but he suddenly couldn't move. At this moment, the group of people that came with him started to run. But before they got far, they were all charred black by the lightning and fell to the ground dead. "My poison was poisoned by you. I really didn't expect it." "You're so vicious. Aren't you trying to threaten my old man so that you won't kill us?" Yin Ting immediately slapped his palm towards Morong Hua without waiting for him to reply. Using his powerful lightning divine power, he struck Morong Hua dozens of times consecutively, turning him into dust. Qin Xiang never thought that this seemingly elegant old man would be so violent and decisive when he attacked. After lying down for more than 10 years, she has become much weaker. Yin Ting looked at the charred corpses around him, let out a soft sigh, and then gently flew back. "Grandmother, you're so awesome." Dong opened his eyes wide and said with a face full of wars, "HI+P. Kid, you'll be even stronger than me in the future." Yin Ting laughed and led Qin Xiang and his sister into the house. After Yin Ting entered the room, he looked at Qin Xiang with a serious expression. "Why do you want to see Jade Cauldron Divine King?" Qin Xiang's origins were very mysterious, and Qin Xiang could see it. Furthermore, she had a very strong wife, but she didn't return, so Morong Hua poisoned her in order to force her and Dong to hand over whatever it was that threatened her. Qin Xiang's origins were very mysterious, and Qin Xiang could see it. Furthermore, she had a very strong wife, but she didn't return, so Morong Hua poisoned her in order to force her and Dong to hand over whatever it was that threatened her. I found out from Dong that she was strong because I wanted to personally witness her elegance. Of course, this is just something I said casually. I can't take it to be true." Qin Xiang said with a smile. He had considered this for a while, and before he understood Yin Ting's ident. He could not tell anyone about Shui Xianxian and the others being taken away. He felt that Xiao Yulan wanting to repair that mysterious cauldron should be a secret. If this was known to others, perhaps even Shui Xianxian and the others would be in danger, because they were the only refiner who could repair that cauldron. "Grandma!" Big Brother came out from deep in the mountains. He's very curious about everything here, let alone him. Even I want to see the true appearance of Jade Cauldron Divine King. Dong laughed. Yin Ting also didn't ask about Qin Xiang's origins. She also felt that Qin Xiang was very mysterious, but she could clearly tell that Chen Xiang was a good person. This was all a great favor to her. If you really want to see her, I can try, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to see her. Of course, if you want to talk to her, that's going to be difficult. Yin Ting said, I used to be a female servant by her side, but this has happened a long time ago. I wonder if she still remembers me. Oh. Chen Xiang never thought that Yin Ting would actually be a female servant by Xiao Yulan's side. No wonder he was so powerful. Princess really needs someone by her side right now, I can see that. If you are really outstanding, you might be able to stay by her side and work for her. The princess has always been very good to her own people, I can guarantee that. Yin Ting said, She is a first-tier celestial king, and those around her are at least third-rank divine king. Chen Xiang replied, I don't have that capability, I'm not even a god now. If you want to be by her side, you have to at least be a king-level expert, not to mention a god, Yin Ting replied. As female servants, we didn't have too high of a requirement for strength back then. Yin Ting said. Yin Ting looked at Chen Xiang, who was completely confused, and immediately knew that Chen Xiang was not aware of the difference in strength. She explained, after condensing 10 divine deity, 1 would become a god, 20 would become a god, and 30 would become a god. I am now a god with 20 divine deity. Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. This Yin Ting was actually an expert with 20 pieces of divine deity, and this was just a maid by his side. This is the jade token the princess gave me back then. She said that if I had any problems in the future, I could come and find her, but I've never used it, after all. I feel that after leaving her side, I shouldn't bother her, not to mention the things that I did provoke. I'm even more unwilling to find her. Yin Ting Pa-es said over the jade tablet to Chen Xiang. Many years have Pa-es said, I don't know if this jade tablet will still be of use to you, but you should give it a try first. If it doesn't work, then take the second method. The second method. Chen Xiang took the jade tablet. This Yin Ting had a lot of connections. After all, he had followed Xiao Yulan around for so many years. You can think of a way to find the Imperial 9 Palaces General Director. He's my old lover, so tell me my name. Yin Ting caressed Ah Dong's head. Chen Xiang suddenly understood that this Ah Dong could very likely be the grandson of the Imperial 9 Palace's great general manager. I want to bring Ah Dong and leave this place. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Yin Ting looked at Ah Dong with a complicated expression. When she looked at Chen Xiang, she thanked him yet again. After Yin Ting and Ah Dong bid farewell to Chen Xiang, she brought Ah Dong and disappeared into the forest. Chen Xiang was a little troubled. He did not know what he should do first. After thinking about it, he decided to follow Yin Ting's instructions and contact him with his jade tablet. He sent his divine sense into the jade tablet and said, I was introduced to you by Senior Yin Ting. I want to follow Jade Cauldron Divine King. After the message was sent out, he strolled around the city by himself. He wasn't sure if he would be able to get a response to that. Although that jade tablet was given to Yin Ting by the Jade Cauldron Divine King, Xiao Yulan, he felt that it was definitely not something that Xiao Yulan would personally return. Chen Xiang was currently very weak, especially in front of a strong expert like Xiao Yulan, who possessed 80% of his divine deity. If he wanted to save Xue Xianxian and the others, he could only try to get to Xiao Yulan's side first and look for an opportunity. Chen Xiang only waited for more than 2 hours before he received a reply. It was a woman who wanted him to head to the Jade Cauldron Pavilion in the Divine Tripod City tomorrow morning. Chen Xiang asked around and found out that this Jade Cauldron Pavilion was a shop that specialized in selling divine pills and divine cauldrons. He didn't even say what his specialties were when he told him to go to such a suitable place. He found an inn to stay in and bought some decent-looking clothes. After that, he tidied up his appearance to make himself look a bit more neat and handsome. I haven't seen such a person in a long time. Chen Xiang looked at himself in the mirror and laughed. I wonder if you can bring me in when the time comes. If not, then I'll wait for you outside. Yue said. Chen Xiang's goal was definitely to enter the Imperial Nine Palace. Shui Xianxian and the others must be in a secret location inside. Definitely, Dong said that there are a lot of small animals inside. Qin Xiang patted her head and laughed. Furthermore, it is not so easy to enter now. I will definitely have to stay outside for a period of time to observe. On the second day, Qin Xiang went to the Jade Cauldron Pavilion. This shop, named after a jade cauldron, must have received a lot of attention from Xiao Yulan. Just by looking at the front, Xiao Yulan could tell that this row of shops occupied the entire street and were even over 100 floors tall. After Qin Xiang came inside, he took out the jade tablet once again and said that he had arrived at the Jade Cauldron Pavilion. The one who came out to greet him was a short woman. She looked somewhat fierce and her expression was cold, but she was very beautiful. Her tone of voice didn't cause any discomfort, probably because that was how she was born. Was it introduced by Yin Ting? "Show me your jade tablet," the tender Xiao Linglong girl said. "Chun Xiangpa S," said over the jade tablet. The other party checked it and nodded his head, then took the jade tablet and put away. It seemed that the jade tablet was already invalid. "Follow me." The woman turned and brought Qin Xiang to a door in the hall. There was a staircase there. When Qin Xiang came in, he saw that there were a lot of people here. Most of them came to buy divine pellets, but the hall was empty. There was nothing inside. Just as Qin Xiang had expected, it was impossible for him to see Xiao Yulan, even if he took the jade tablet that Yin Ting had given him. In the past, there used to be a group of people responsible for this kind of thing to receive his old subordinates, and Xiao Yulan would usually not ask about it, unless it was something very special. Just as Qin Xiang had expected, it was impossible for him to see Xiao Yulan, even if he took the jade tablet that Yin Ting had given him. In the past, there used to be a group of people responsible for this kind of thing to receive his old subordinates, and Xiao Yulan would usually not ask about it, unless it was something very special. Qin Xiang followed the pet. 1. Tea girl to a secret room. There was a set of seats, and the woman invited Qin Xiang to sit. Then, she politely poured him a cup of tea. "Don't be so nervous." Her face was ice cold, but the tone and voice she used was very gentle, giving people a strange feeling from now on. After the lady saw Qin Xiang take a sip of tea, she asked, "What's your name?" Just as Qin Xiang wanted to answer, he found out that his mind was a little dizzy and his mind was in a daze. He had wanted to say a fake name, but in his heart he strongly requested for him to say his real name, and after he suddenly sensed it, he immediately activated the heavenly alchemy to refine the special power that did not belong to him. "Shen Fei." Qin Xiang said this very naturally. The woman also believed him and nodded. Qin Xiang secretly sighed in his heart. He did not think that the tea that he had just drank would contain such a powerful object that could make him speak the truth. This was also understandable, because the people who were recruited had to be absolutely loyal. After all, they might be able to get close to Xiao Yulan in the future, and had to be strict with him. Qin Xiang drank another mouthful of tea. This was to prevent the opponent from becoming suspicious. After he drank it, he would refine the mysterious power, and this way it would not disturb him. "Why do you want to follow Jade Cauldron Divine King?" She gazed into Qin Xiang's eyes. This gave Qin Xiang a lot of mental pressure, and Qin Xiang, after all, was someone who had experienced great trials. So this sort of simple method was not difficult for him. "Because I feel that the Jade Cauldron Divine King will become the new Divine Lord. As long as I follow her now, I will definitely soar to greatness in the future. I also heard that she has an unparalleled beauty in the world, so following such a beauty is also not a bad thing." Qin Xiang said, "What is your relations? I plus P with Yin Ting? Why would she hand over such an important jade tablet to you?" The woman asked again. She had to know Qin Xiang's origin. The reason Qin Xiang said he wanted to follow the Jade Cauldron Divine King was also very reasonable. The woman did not suspect anything. Her grandson is called Dong, and he was bullied by someone called Murong Tian. After I helped Senior Yin Ting cure the poison, Senior Yinting killed Murong Tian and his son. She knew that I wanted to become a subordinate of the Jade Cauldron Divine King, so she gave me the original skin for the sake of increasing my strength greatly. Qin Xiang was not lying. The girl seemed to know about this too. She nodded and asked, "Where are you from?" "It shouldn't be from the Divine Cauldron Nation, because you don't know anything about Murong Tian." In just one day, the woman had investigated many things, so she knew about this point. When she attacked Qin Xiang, she had even attacked in front of so many people. It was very easy to find out. I came from a mountain range. I grew up inside until my grandfather said that the outside world might become a chaotic world. He let me take this opportunity to go and gain some experience, and then he left the mountain range by himself. Qin Xiang definitely wouldn't say that he came from the Nine Heaven world, because Xue Xianxian and the others were people who had just been kidnapped in the Nine Heaven world. The woman thought about it and felt that there was nothing suspicious about it. It was normal for a man who came running out from the mountains to wars. H.I. plus P the Jade Cauldron Divine King after hearing about her. "Who is your grandfather? What's your name?" The woman asked again. "Shen Tianyuan." Qin Xiang randomly made up a name. The woman had never heard of this name, but she would check if there were any hidden experts, so it was not strange for Qin Xiang to say that he came out from deep inside the mountains. "What are you best at?" The woman asked. "If you tell me, I'll arrange something for you. Pill refining and killing demon beasts." "It's fine to kill people. You're just like a demon beast," Qin Xiang said, but at the same time he raised his cup again and was about to drink the tea inside when the Lady S. Aniki had the cup away. "This tea is cold. I've just poured it for you." The lady changed a pot of tea and poured Qin Xiang another cup. After Qin Xiang finished drinking it, he knew that there was nothing else in the cup of tea. "What rank pill will you refine?" The woman was a little surprised. If they were hiding deep in the mountains, the resources needed to concoct pills would not be much. The path of alchemy was very difficult, and without the pill formulas it would be difficult to grow. "Zhongpindan," Qin Xiang said. "I'm almost able to refine a Shangpindan." She thought that Qin Xiang was just a brat. She didn't think that he could actually refine Zhongpindanas. This kind of young alchemist was always very popular wherever he went, even if it was the large groups under the Jade Cauldron Divine King's command. There were still less young alchemists. "Is that true?" The lady was a little doubtful, because Qin Xiang did not drink the tea that was filled with the truth. The one that he drank previously was already dead. "Then, big sis, do you have any Zhongpindan S ingredients? I will try to refine a cauldron for you to see. If you fail, I will use the Shenyuan stone to compensate you with your divine medicines," Qin Xiang said confidently. When he was refining the Zhongpindan, he had even comprehended a spirit-strengthening technique. When the other alchemists were refining Zhongpindan, they would normally need a large amount of holy pellets as support, but Qin Xiang did not. This was all because of the spirit-strengthening technique that he had comprehended from the heavenly alchemy. "All right." The woman took out 5 different colored fruits from a storage bag and asked, "Do you know these divine fruits? Do you know what kind of divine pill this is? Do you have a pill formula?" 5 elements divine fruits can be used to refine 5 elements danas, and it is one of the most beloved divine pills for divine cultivators of the 5 elements with 10 divine deity and higher. "I don't have the recipe, but can you give it to me?" Qin Xiang said. Actually, he did not need a pill formula to concoct one. He just wanted to hide this heaven-defying ability. "This is a pill formula." "The woman Pa S," said Qin Xiang, a jade token. "Even if you don't become one of us in the future, this pill formula will still belong to you." After all, it was Yin Ting's jade tablet. This could be considered as help to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the jade tablet, pretended to read the contents seriously, and asked, "Big sister, if I am outstanding in pill refining, will I be able to see Jade Cauldron Divine King?" If it was in the past, it would definitely not be possible. But right now, there might be a possibility that the Jade Cauldron Divine King needs an outstanding alchemist. If you are able to refine Shangpin Dan, I can tell you with absolute certainty that even if you cannot immediately see the Jade Cauldron Divine King, you can still enter the Imperial Nine Palace, and meeting the Jade Cauldron Divine King is only a matter of time. The woman understood Chen Xiang's feelings very well, because she had also walked over like this back then. She was a woman herself, and she wars.h.a. plus ped such a powerful woman like Xiao Yulan. If it was in the past, it would definitely not be possible. But right now, there might be a possibility that the Jade Cauldron Divine King needs an outstanding alchemist. If you are able to refine Shangpin Dan, I can tell you with absolute certainty that even if you cannot immediately see the Jade Cauldron Divine King, you can still enter the Imperial Nine Palace, and meeting the Jade Cauldron Divine King is only a matter of time. The woman understood Chen Xiang's feelings very well, because she had also walked over like this back then. She was a woman herself, and she wars. H.I. plus ped such a powerful woman like Xiao Yulan. I don't have the Shangpin Dan's pill formulas. If not, I could let you see it right now. Chun Xiang said, I don't believe it. If you don't have a pill refining method, then you must have never refined a Shangpin Dan before. How could you succeed? Usually, when you are learning to refine higher-level divine pellets, you will have to go through a process of failure. This process is very long. The woman said, Wait till I refine this Shangpin Dan. I'll definitely think of a way for you to believe it when the time comes. Just as Chen Xiang wanted to take out his pill furnace, he immediately thought that this furnace was refined by Xue Xianxian and the rest, and such a method was easy to see through. When Xiao Yulan finds out, he would not be able to reveal his ident. One Tai. Before he was certain whether Xiao Yulan had any ill intentions towards Xue Xianxian and the others, he could not reveal his ident. One Tai. Why haven't you started? The woman asked. I don't have a pill furnace. Chen Xiang's answer made the woman's ice-cold face even colder. Sorry, I sold the pill furnace because I was too poor. Elder sister, you can give me any pill furnace as long as it's not too bad. I just want to borrow it. I don't need yours. Chen Xiang said in Imbara. Meant. The woman snorted. Alchemist normally sees a pill furnace as a second life, but you sell your own pill furnace. Are you still an alchemist? Chen Xiang grinned. My master said that the real alchemist uses the heaven and earth as its furnace, as long as there is a furnace in your heart. The woman was a little angry. She took out an ordinary pill furnace and wanted to smash it onto Chen Xiang's little face. She really wanted to shout at Chen Xiang, Without a pill furnace, what the H.E.L. are you going to be? After Chen Xiang received the pill furnace, he immediately expressed his thanks. If not for the fact that he did not want to scare the girl in front of him, he would have immediately used the magic method furnace. After taking the pill furnace, Chen Xiang lit a fire inside the furnace, then took the 5 invisible divine fruits and started to refine pills. Do you even know how to forge pills? What nonsense. You didn't follow the instructions in the pill formula at all, and you didn't prepare the commonly used supplementary sacred pills. When the lady saw that Chen Xiang's steps in refining the Shangpin Dan were messy, she could not help but say it. Sister, what's your name? You should have a lot of power in this Jade Cauldron Pavilion. Chen Xiang asked. Xiao Baifeng. I am not working in the Jade Cauldron Pavilion. I am just borrowing this temporarily. Xiao Baifeng looked at the 5 elements Dan's pill formulas, and the steps for Chen Xiang to refine the pill did not follow the instructions on the board at all. 1 5 elements divine fruit costs 500,000 Xinyuan stone. These 5 are worth 2,500,000. You even sold the pill furnace. Are you worthy? I can't afford it. Chun Xiang laughed. Big Sister Baifeng, are you a phoenix? Humph. Xiao Baifeng did not expect Chen Xiang to answer her in such a way. She felt that it was like a meat bun beating a dog, and thought that these 5 divine fruits had been wasted. She silently berated herself. If Chun Xiang had continued to drink that tea, which was spouting truths, Qin Xiang would not casually brag about it. I am human. The princess gave me the name. She raised me. Xiao Baifeng said, If you fail, I will not blame you. Just consider it my misfortune, and give this pill furnace to you. Thank you, elder sister Baifeng. Chun Xiang giggled and then took out a jade bottle. He controlled the flames with one hand and poured the delicious juice with the other. This was what Huang Jintian gave him back then, and he copied a lot of it later on. I'll give it to you to drink. Qin Xiang handed it over. Are you refining pills? Xiao Baifeng could feel the flames inside the pill furnace, but Chen Xiang was currently smiling mischievously and even poured wine for her. It did not seem like a pill refining at all. Previously, when she had brought Qin Xiang in, Qin Xiang had given her a good impression and looked very serious, but it blew her up. Of course. I will begin now. Chen Xiang immediately closed his eyes. Then, with a stern face, he did not say a word. When refining Zhongpingdan, one would need the spirit blood within the various divine medicines to reach a very uniform level of fusion. Otherwise, if the spirit blood was a little unstable, it would cause an explosion. When the other alchemists refined these divine medicines, they would use some of the supplementary sacred pills to increase the quality of the divine medicines, allowing them to balance out several of the divine medicines. Chun Xiang didn't need it either. He used the heavenly alchemy's method to mobilize the power within the divine sense, to directly enhance the quality of the spirit blood. At the same time, he also increased the quality of the divine medicine itself. In this way, he wouldn't need the help of such Bursum, holy elixir. Right now, what he wanted to strengthen was the 5-element spirit blood, which was simply too easy for him. This was because the 6 realms' power contained the energy of the 5 elements the most. So he quickly allowed the 5 spirit blood to reach a balanced level. At the moment, only an hour had passed. Seeing Chen Xiang becoming serious, Xiao Baifeng was not as angry as before. She even picked up the juice Qin Xiang poured for her to drink, and after taking a sip, she felt that it tasted good, and finished it all without realizing it. 2 hours later, Chen Xiang had already begun to condense the pellet. He was just casually refining to be able to condense 4 pellets. If he was serious, he himself would not know how many pills he could condense. But it was definitely more than what he could condense now. Elder sister Baifeng, I heard that those around Jade Cauldron Divine King are at least 20 years old. How about you? Qin Xiang was very curious. He knew that Xiao Baifeng was strong, but he was unable to see her strength accurately. I am a 30 divine deity, great saint. Xiao Baifeng's face darkened. Continue to refine your pill. So powerful. If I pass your test, will I become your subordinate? This is good too. I'm not afraid of being bullied. Qin Xiang laughed. That may not be so. There are many divine monarchs around the princess who possess 40 to 50 divine deities. But I was raised by the princess, so I was taken care of by her. Xiao Baifeng glared at Qin Xiang. Even if you become a subordinate, if you cause trouble, I won't help you take care of it. Hurry up and refine your pills. Just as Xiao Baifeng finished speaking, Qin Xiang took the lid off the pill furnace. Is it time to add an auxiliary holy elixir? But this is not the time. Xiao Baifeng was curious. No, I'm done. Qin Xiang took out 5 colored pills from the furnace and threw them to her, smiling as he asked, What's the quality? If you sell it, how much can you sell it for? When Xiao Baifeng saw the 4 colored pills fly over, she reached out her hands in disbelief and scanned them. When she held all of them in her hands, she could clearly feel the warmth of the pill being transferred into her hands. Qin Xiang clapped his hands and laughed. How is the quality? Qin Xiang clapped his hands and laughed. How is the quality? Xiao Baifeng opened her palm and looked at the 4 5 elements Dan S. Her face was filled with disbelief, and she was shocked speechless, and she was currently thinking about what tricks Qin Xiang could do. But she had been staring at Qin Xiang the entire time, and the pill furnace was also given by her. Furthermore, these 4-5 elements Dan had also just come out, so she could be sure of this. However, an alchemist like Qin Xiang, who could even sell her pill furnaces, who was sloppy about concocting pills and did not follow the pill formulas when concocting pills, had now refined 4-5 elements Dan-S. I only know that in the divine cauldron nation, only the great national master is able to produce 4-5 elements Dan, but it seems that their speed is not as fast as you. Xiao Baifeng looked at Qin Xiang from a new angle. She had already confirmed that these 4-5 elements Dan were refined by Qin Xiang, and he had refined them while chatting with her. Doesn't that mean I'm very powerful? Qin Xiang pretended to be surprised. Xiao Baifeng nodded. Very powerful. Amongst the middle-ranking alchemists, you alone can match up to 18 of them. You only need 1 set of medicinal ingredients, and in 2 hours, you can refine 4-5 elements Dan-S, while the other alchemists need 4 sets of medicinal ingredients. Of course, there are a small number of young genius alchemists who are still inferior to you. Oh, then can I become your subordinate now? Qin Xiang laughed. Although this Xiao Baifeng did not know how to laugh, he knew that this little beauty had a very good heart. Xiao Baifeng clenched his teeth and said, Yes, you can follow me into Imperial 9 Palace. Once you're inside, you must listen to me and not run around inside. Otherwise, it's very easy for you to cause trouble. In Xiao Baifeng's eyes, Qin Xiang was a young, talented alchemist, and her potential to grow up was very high. She might very well become a famous Pilji, D in the future, which would be of help to herself. Qin Xiang followed Xiao Baifeng and entered a large carriage pulled by several lions, and then entered the Imperial 9 Palace that was like a city in a city. This is your item. 1. Tai Jade Token. If someone asks you, show your jade tablet, and you'll know that it's my Xiao Baifeng's people, and they will not do anything to you. Remember, don't cause trouble in there. Even I can't protect you if you provoke the royal daughter. Besides that, there are many royal relatives too. There are simply too many people who cannot be offended. For example, the subordinates of some of the G.O. king and the disciples of some of the G.O. king. Following that, Xiao Baifeng listed a lot of people that he could not offend, and sometimes he might not even mess with some cats and dogs, because it was very possible that they were the pets of some royal girls. What a dangerous feeling. Is there any trouble stepping on a flower? Qin Xiang sighed. Not bad. Accidentally trampling an expensive flower to death will cause trouble. Xiao Baifeng nodded seriously. Elder sister Baifeng, I really admire you for being able to stay in there for so long. Qin Xiang cupped his hands towards her, then took out his own backpack and grabbed her out. Elder sister Baifeng, can I bring this kitten in? This is my little pet. It has been with me for many years. Yuer was only a little bigger than a palm, and her entire body was completely white. Her neck was being pinched by Qin Xiang, and at this moment she was waving her 4 short legs, meowing and calling her cute and adorable. Even the cold-looking Xiao Baifeng couldn't help but to reach out and carefully hold Yuer up. Of course you can. Xiao Baifeng caressed Yuer's palm affectionately. Qin Xiang secretly despised Yuer's cute little thing. He knew this little kitten's background, but you have to be careful not to let anyone else see, especially those aristocratic ladies who like small animals. If they want to rob you, it will be troublesome. At this moment, Xiao Baifeng was reluctant to return Yuer to Qin Xiang. Elder sister Baifeng, why don't I temporarily hand it over to you? Those royal women wouldn't dare to ask for it from you, since you are one of the people by the Jade Cauldron Divine King's side. Qin Xiang said, She is a special cat. You can't enter the storage magic treasure, otherwise you will die. And she will say something. Little thing, say a few words. Qin Xiang used his finger to poke Yuer's face. After Yuer meowed a few times, she shouted, Little scoundrel, don't touch me. When Chun Xiang saw Xiao Baifeng laughing so happily, he also giggled. Elder sister Baifeng, take good care of this little thing. She has been with me for many years. Don't worry. Xiao Baifeng took out her own small backpack, looking much better looking than Chun Xiang's black bag. Yue, who was inside, also felt very comfortable. She understood Chun Xiang's intentions. After Chun Xiang entered the Imperial Nine Palace, he definitely could not run around randomly, and Yue, who followed Xiao Baifeng, could get close to him. The Imperial Nine Palace was surrounded by a 9-sided city wall. The inside of the wall was extremely huge, like a few huge cities. When the car entered the gate, it stopped for a while. Someone then opened the car and checked inside to confirm the item. 1. Tie before letting the car continue on. Elder sister Baifeng, what do I need to do after I enter? Chun Xiang asked. Stay at my residence for the time being. After that, I'll do my best to help you obtain the pill formula so that you can forge pills. Xiao Baifeng said, we are going to the Jade Cauldron Palace, one of them. Previously, it wasn't called Jade Cauldron Palace, but was now occupied by the princess, so its name was changed. Since I'm in Jade Cauldron Divine King's territory, then am I not very safe? What are you worried about? Chun Xiang laughed. Hard to say. There are a lot of women and children in the Divine Lord. His weaker children would usually join the princess, a first-rate divine king. Hence, the princes and royal girls were all very strong, having the blood of the Divine Lord. Adding on to that, their status and resources would make it impossible for ordinary people to compare to them. And you must know that people with such esteemed statuses normally look down on outsiders. I understand. I've met many of these fellows as well. Chun Xiang laughed. What he did not say was that after this guy provokes him, most of them will be killed by him. Chun Xiang felt that the carriage sped up, and before long, Xiao Baifeng let him off. The environment is pretty good. Chun Xiang looked around. It was a medium-sized courtyard with a pond and an arch bridge. The pavilion was right beside a garden, and although the green and soft lawn was the courtyard was very big, but the houses were relatively small. It was only a hall and a few rooms. This is already the Jade Cauldron Palace. You must not leave this courtyard. When I have time, I will bring you around to familiarize you with this place. Xiao Baifeng brought Chun Xiang into one of the rooms. There's a secret room inside. It's good as long as you refine pills inside. My place is very quiet. No one will come here. Chun Xiang was a person who was very curious. He had come to the Imperial Nine Palace, but was locked in this courtyard, not able to leave, which made him very bored. Furthermore, he didn't know what he should do here. Chun Xiang was a person who was very curious. He had come to the Imperial Nine Palace, but was locked in this courtyard, not able to leave, which made him very bored. Furthermore, he didn't know what he should do here. Elder sister Baifeng, can you find something for me to do? For example, if you can get me a better Shangping dance formula, it would be best if it can help with condensing divine deity. Chun Xiang felt that Xiao Baifeng's position was not as low as she claimed it to be. Otherwise, she would not so casually give him a portion of the 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients. Xiao Baifeng said, I will do my best to help you get it. The good pill formulas are all in the hands of the great national master. If I want to obtain the pill formulas from him, I need to pay a large amount of Xin Yuan Stone S. But you don't have to worry. I will do my best to fight for it from the princess. Elder sister Baifeng, tell me honestly, what is my alchemy level? Chun Xiang asked, I just want to know if I have the qualifications to see Jade Cauldron Divine King. It's still not over yet. Wait till you refine the Shangping Dan, and the speed and number of pills you refine will be the same as the 5 elements Dan. Then I can assure you that the princess will definitely meet with you. Xiao Baifeng said, I can also tell her the pill refining ability that you have displayed and see if she will be interested in you, or if she will help you get a good pill formula. Chun Xiang hurriedly nodded his head. If he had a good Shangpindan, then he wouldn't have to work so hard to create it. At that time, he would also be able to rely on this divine pellet to make himself stronger. His previous plan was to become stronger as soon as possible, because once the 9 heaven worlds succeeded in evolving, he would face a huge danger. If he had enough strength to fight against the strong enemies that were eyeing him covetously, then he wouldn't need to be on guard and hide. Elder sister Baifeng, when will you be back? Qunxiang saw that Xiao Baifeng had just turned around, and immediately grabbed her hand. Xiao Baifeng suddenly flung Qunxiang's hand away and looked at Qunxiang in anger. Her hand had never been pulled by a man before. I'll be back tonight. You better not run around. Although Xiao Baifeng was angry from the bottom of his heart, he did not express it. Qunxiang watched as Xiao Baifeng left with Yue and laughed. This woman seems to have never been touched by a man before. Her reaction was so intense. There was a period of time between now and night, so Qunxiang could not waste time. He anxiously took out some spirit liquid and started to copy the bone-level Dan's ingredients, which was one of the ways to quickly obtain more strength, and it was to cultivate more bones. When Qunxiang entered the Imperial 9 Palace, because he was locked in this courtyard, he did not sense just how powerful the Imperial 9 Palace was. However, he knew that Xiao Yulan was very strong. The female servant by his side had 30 divine deity and a lot of level 1 divine kings as subordinates. Qunxiang believed that this Jade Cauldron Divine King would only need a small portion of power to completely annihilate all the powers in the 9 heaven world. Qilian, you must become strong as soon as possible. These divine nations are really too scary. Qunxiang went over to the window and looked at the blue sky. If he wanted to quickly obtain power, he could only constantly refine a large amount of high-level pellets, and right now he lacked a good pellet of Shangpindan. If he had a good pellet of Shangpindan, he also had a goal, and he felt that collecting any pellets here was not a difficult matter. As long as he had Xinyuan stone S, it would be fine. At night, Xiao Baifeng returned and Yue followed her. Initially, Qunxiang was still a little worried that Yue would be sent out, since Yue was a very likable little kitten. I have good news to tell you. It can help you gain the attention of the princess quickly. Xiao Baifeng carried Yue out of the backpack and allowed her to freely fly. She felt that Yue, who was trapped inside that backpack, must be very uncomfortable. Elder sister Baifeng, drink. Qunxiang quickly brought her a cup of fruit juice. After Xiao Baifeng sat down and took a big gulp, he said, You should already know the reason behind the civil war in our divine Cauldron Nation. Qunxiang nodded. I do, but this is because the various great powers all want to fight for the throne with the least possible losses. This is a method that is based on peace. That's right, this point was suggested by the princess, and it's not that her strength is insufficient, but she's very clear, as if fighting to the throne through a very BL. Oh, why means this divine Cauldron Nation will also lose greatly in strength, which is very disadvantageous for the entire divine Cauldron Nation. Xiao Baifeng drank all the remaining juice in one gulp. This fruit juice was extremely delicious. Therefore, princess, you should go to those great national masters to have them come forward and mediate, and find a peaceful way to fight for the throne. So, princess, you should go to those great national masters to discuss, and for those great national masters to come forward to mediate, and find a peaceful way to fight for the throne. Qunxiang said anxiously, Elder sister Baifeng, quickly tell us the good news. Xiao Baifeng reached out his hands to catch Yue, and said, The good news is that the 7 first-tier divine kings will decide who will be the divine lord by competing with each other. Oh, how is this good news for me? Qunxiang did not understand. This compet 1. Tie-in is a contest of strength, and also the great national master who will select the future. This will test the young generation. Xiao Baifeng said, A few great national masters are proficient in this aspect, and the most proficient are the great national masters who concoct pills. And in the future, Great National Master would definitely leave just like the other Divine Lord and search for the path to longevity. So, there would have to be someone who would inherit the position of Great National Master. Chun Xiang suddenly understood, but there were some things he did not understand. Xiao Baifeng continued, and this compet. 1. Taiyan is a test of 7 level 1 divine kings by those great national masteress. This is because in the future, one will have to be known as and not only will they have to have a strong divine lord, they will also have to have a great national master. At that time, the subordinates of the 7 great divine lordess will conduct all sorts of compet. 1 Taiyans, and I will recommend you to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Alchemy compet. 1 Taiyan. If you perform well, you might be groomed as a future great national master. Xiao Baifeng said, but according to my current understanding during the compet, 1 Taiyan, Shangping Dan S, and Supreme G. D pellets should be refined, and you might be able to. Xiao Baifeng frowned. The Supreme G. D pellet is impossible. But you don't have to worry, as long as you perform well while refining the Shangping Dan. The princess will see through your potential. The Supreme G. D pellet was of a higher grade than the Shangping Dan. Chun Xiang had never even seen medicinal ingredients of the highest quality, let alone refined it. How much longer? Chun Xiang was a person who liked to challenge others. He did not know how to refine the supreme pellet, but he planned to give it a try. In these 3 days, you can compete in the Central Divine Palace of Imperial 9 Palace. Other than refining pills, there are also compet. Taiyans refining weapons, setting up formations, and other sorts of compet. Taiyans. As for your main task, pill refining, you don't have to worry about anything else. In these 3 days, you can compete in the Central Divine Palace of Imperial 9 Palace. Other than refining pills, there are also compet. 1. Taiyans refining weapons, setting up formations, and other sorts of compet. 1 Taiyans. As for your main task, pill refining, you don't have to worry about anything else. Chun Xiang never thought that it would be this fast. If he had had 1 or 2 months, he might be very confident in breaking through to the supreme pellet, but he felt that it was impossible now. Don't worry. 3 days later, the preliminary round will be held. It will be a simple test or compet. 1. Taiyan and the candidates with more qualifications will have to be chosen. The time has yet to be set. Xiao Baifeng said, I have already reported what happened regarding you to the princess. She didn't seem to be too concerned about it, but she still gave me a pill formula. Is this the Shangping Dan's pill formula? That's enough. Chun Xiang immediately became overjoyed. Quickly give me the medicinal formula. Could it be that he didn't have any divine medicines? Or is it that divine medicine is hard to find? Seeing Xiao Baifeng's expression, Chun Xiang was also extremely worried. If the pill formulas that Xiao Baifeng asked for were not good, he could only think of a way himself. That's not it. This is because this pill formula is very difficult to make. Although many pill DS have this formula, they have never refined it before. Xiao Baifeng sighed. To put it bluntly, these pill formulas are usually used to send people away. These broken pill formulae are everywhere on the streets, but there is not a single person who succeeded in forming a pill. That's all right. Do you have any medicinal ingredients? Chun Xiang liked to refine things that were difficult to refine. This was a very good challenge for him. As long as there were ingredients, it would be fine. Divine medicines aren't a problem. This type of medicinal pill only requires 2 types. Moreover, they are quite common, and the price is also relatively cheap. Xiao Baifeng took out a jade tablet and gave it to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang took it and looked and penetrated his mind. He immediately frowned. This is indeed a little troublesome. Let me try it first. Do you know what the difficulty is? When Xiao Baifeng was refining the 5 elements Dan, he knew that Chun Xiang did not follow the pill formulas, but there must be some strange method. The difficulty lies in these two divine medicines. Chan Xiang said, "These two divine medicines are famous for being incompatible fire and water. The three disasters destroy flower and the merciful divine fruit. One is killing while the other is life. The three disasters destroy flower contains the 9-yang divine flame, while the merciful fruit contains the 9-yang divine flame. This is the energy of the elements, and the energy of the consciousness is also very strong." Xiao Baifeng nodded. "Just like how I understood it, I heard that this pill formula was just another person's playbook and was used to fool others. There is no such formula. There is no way to refine a divine pellet. The reason Princess gave me this pill formula was to send me off. However, this cannot be blamed on her. After all, what she needs now is someone that she can directly use. Help me buy these 2 herbs, 100 apiece." Qin Xiang said. He felt that he could give it a try as he was also very interested in it. "I'll help you get 10 portions temporarily." After Xiao Baifeng finished, he quickly left. Yue flew to Qin Xiang's shoulders and said, "I saw that Xiao Yulan. He's a great beauty." Qin Xiang snorted. "So what if you're a great beauty? Was she as beautiful as Xian Xian and the others? The person who took my wife, no matter how beautiful she is as ugly as I plus T in my eyes." Yue immediately laughed tenderly. "Don't let her hear that. If this woman gets angry, she can burn half of Imperial 9 Palace." "Oh, right. Qin Xiang, are you really planning to refine this 9 yin and Yangdan?" Yue asked. "Of course. Have you heard of this kind of pill in Star Law Divine Realm?" Qin Xiang was very curious about this pill, especially regarding the effects of the 9 yin and Yangdan. After consuming it, the medicinal effect would trigger the 9 transformations of the body, and during the process of the 9 transformations, the 9 transformations qi would be released, which could quickly condense divine deity. I've never heard of them, but I've heard of those 2 divine medicines. There are alchemists in the Star Law Divine Realm who can specially refine these 2 divine medicines into 2 high-quality divine pellets. Once they collide, they can create a very strong explosion. Yue said, "You should have Baifeng prepare a better pill furnace for you. She should have helped me prepare it. This woman has a good heart." Qin Xiang stroked his chin and laughed. "Although I don't know how to laugh, but it's a very good female slave embryo." "Little scoundrel." Yue laughed and scolded him. "When I went to see Xiao Yulan with her, I didn't hear anything about Xian Xian and the others." Qin Xiang took out a mirror and laughed. "My appearance has already been slightly changed. When the time comes, even if someone here recognizes me, they will only think that I look like one. I just don't know if my Qin Xiang's name has reached this Imperial 9 Palace or not." Xiao Baifeng returned very quickly. As expected, she had helped Qin Xiang prepare a set of pill furnaces, and there were 3 of them. She did not concoct any pills, but she knew the effects of the 2 divine medicines class. Plussing together. "I've asked the person who sold the pill furnace. He said that even if the 3 disasters destroy flower and the merciful fruit collided, it would not cause any harm to the alchemist." "Xiao Baifeng Pa-S," said Qin Xiang, 3 very small pill furnaces. "Here are 10 vials of divine medicine. It's already late at night, so I can only get these 10 vials. Tomorrow I will help you get more. Remember, don't go into closed-door training for too long. You will be Partic 1P, aiding in the preliminaries in 3 days. At that time, you only need to refine Zhongping Dan." Xiao Baifeng gave everything to Qin Xiang. She also hoped that Qin Xiang could grow up. This was the first time she trained him. Qin Xiang laughed. "Elder sister Baifeng, I heard that 3 disasters destroy flower and merciful fruit are divine medicines that can be grown. There shouldn't be just high-quality ones. Go and find out if there are any high-quality ones." "All right." Xiao Baifeng nodded. "Oh, right, elder sister Baifeng. Do you know the bone level Dan's pill formula? Qin Xiang asked. This. Amongst the 9 divine nations only the great national master and his disciple know how to refine it. His disciple is also a prince, and although he only has the strength of the 3rd-rank divine king, he is considered to be someone who can compete for the throne. However, he disdains to compete for it. Xiao Baifeng shook his head. Don't think about bone level Dan as heart also skipped a beat. The bone level Dan was something that he accidentally obtained in the Supreme Divine Palace, but he didn't expect it to be Paas, said down from the divine Cauldron Nation, and it was even set up by the great national master himself. He felt that the great national master did it on purpose, to see if anyone else could obtain it, and then successfully refine it. What a powerful prince, 3rd-rank divine king, and he's the disciple of great national master as well. Qin Xiang exclaimed. He did not know that, at that time, this prince had secretly competed against him. Previously, the entire Imperial 9 Palace thought that he only possessed 20 to 30 divine deity. But even so, they felt that he was still able to compete for the throne. It was said that when someone wanted to make a move against him, he revealed his true strength. At the same time, he also declared that he would not struggle for the throne. Xiao Baifeng also admired this prince. Not just anyone could resist the temptation of power. Qin Xiang took out a piece of paper, wrote down the names of the several divine medicines, and gave it to Xiao Baifeng. Qin Xiang took out a piece of paper, wrote down the names of the several divine medicines, and gave it to Xiao Baifeng. Elder sister Baifeng, go and check for me tomorrow. If you have any of these divine medicines, sell them to me. Remember, you must come in secret. It's for you to investigate, not ask, so you can't use your current item. One Tai. Qin Xiang said seriously. The pet. 1. Ti Xiao Baifeng was shorter than Qin Xiang by 2 heads. When Qin Xiang became serious at this moment, he gave off a kind of presence. All right. Xiao Baifeng looked at the divine medicine on it. She didn't know what pill it was used to refine, but she felt that it was a little familiar. These were all divine medicines used to refine bone level Dan. Qin Xiang only had low-quality divine medicines, while the middle-quality ones required a large amount of spirit liquid to ripen them. He was currently unable to cultivate with the girls to condense spirit pearls. He only needed to rely on his own spirit liquid to make them mature quickly. If they were to sell here, it would be extremely difficult, and if they were to use it, it would be the best. Qin Xiang took the 2 divine medicines and excitedly went into the secret room to concoct pills. Deep into the night, Xiao Baifeng slept soundly. Yu'er flew out from her embrace and sat by the window, shaking her cute tail as she looked at the stars and the moon in the sky. Only the stars of the moon can live here. The moon here is quite big. Yu'er looked at Xingyu, secretly using her power to communicate with Xingyu, asking her if she had seen Xue Xianxian, Lu Menger, and the others. Bam! A-M-U-F. Fled sound rang out, jolting Xiao Baifeng awake. This kid blew up the furnace. When Xiao Baifeng heard the voice coming from Qin Xiang's secret room, he let out a sigh of relief and then continued to lie down. She looked at Yu'er, who was squatting at the window, and softly asked, Yu'er, what are you looking at? Yu'er mewed a few times. I miss home. Where is your home? Xiao Baifeng did not know about the matters of the Star Law Divine Realm, nor did he know about the matters of the Star Moon Divine Race. Far, far away. Yu'er said 3 things that were very far away, but that was because they were truly very far away. Did that brat capture you? Xiao Baifeng suddenly became angry. If you miss your home, I'll send you back. It's just that the other divine nations are in a mess right now, so it's not safe to go back. Xiao Baifeng only thought that Yu'er was brought here by Qin Xiang from another divine nations. Yu'er shook her head. No, that little scoundrel saved me and helped me greatly. He also promised me that he would bring me home in the future. Yu'er had already sent a message to Star Moon, so the result would be revealed very soon. If Star Moon had seen Xue Xianxian's and his figure before, she would definitely tell her. Just then, another bang sound came out, and Qin Xiang's pill refinement exploded again. Several hours had said, and before the sky brightened, Qin Xiang had already refined all 10 batches of medicinal ingredients. When he walked out of the secret room, he was in a sorry state. Xiao Baifeng only had a little bit of information, but after hearing Qin Xiang explode 10 times, she immediately rushed over. There were many broken pieces of the pill furnace inside the secret room. As expected, this 9 revolving D pill doesn't even exist. I wonder which bored fellow caused this. Xiao Baifeng looked at Qin Xiang's dirty body and said, "Quickly go wash and rest. I will think of a way to help you look for the Shangping Dan's pill formula. Don't try to refine the 9 reverse divine pill again. It will take your life. No, continue buying the divine medicine for me. How many Shen Yuan stone do you need?" Qin Xiang had asked for thousands and thousands of gold from LV Chilean, so he felt that it should be enough to buy a lot. 3 million a portion. 30 million yesterday. Xiao Baifeng sighed lightly. The Shen Yuan stone is not a problem. I have ACCU, mulat some over the years. The most important thing was whether he could concoct pills. Many famous alchemists have tried to concoct the 9 revolving D pill, but none of them succeeded, so don't be stubborn about it. Qin Xiang took out 10 million Xinyuan stone and said, "Help me by 3 servings." Xiao Baifeng took it and looked at Yu'er helplessly, because he did not hear what she said before. "I don't need the cauldron any more," Qin Xiang added, and then entered the secret room. After that he heard the sound of water splaws. Plussing inside, he took a bath, and at the same time washed the ground clean. There's really nothing we can do about it. Xiao Baifeng sighed, returned to his room and washed up, put on some clothes, and walked out of the courtyard, wanting to help Qin Xiang buy the 9 yin and Yang Dan's medicinal ingredients. Yu'er teleported into the secret room. It was very bright, and Sias inside. Qin Xiang took out a bathtub inside, and at this moment he was underwater. "Hey, is there a chance for the 9 yin and Yang Dan?" Yu'er asked. He must have succeeded, but he thinks that only he can succeed, which is why he released the pill formula. After so many years, no one has succeeded, so he is even more pleased with himself. Qin Xiang came out from under the bathtub. The one who created the pill formula is declaring war to others. I must beat him. Who would be so bored? Yu'er was curious about this. It should be divine cauldron nations. This guy is the best at refining pills. He must have spread the news about the pill formulas. Back then, bone level Dan were also obtained by this fellow. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who would be that bored. Qin Xiang chuckled. Since that's the case, I will accept his challenge. I must refine this 9 yin and Yang Dan. Xiao Baifeng left early in the morning. She returned at noon, and Qin Xiang was already waiting for her in the hall. "This is the Tianhui Dan's pill formula. I bought it." Xiao Baifeng threw a jade tablet to Qin Xiang. "This is the Shangping Dan's medicinal formula. Even though it is a common product, at least it will allow you to become an alchemist capable of refining Shangping Dan. The Tianhui Dan's divine medicine. A total of 10 of them." Xiao Baifeng placed a storage bag on the table. When she saw the disappointment on Qin Xiang's face, she could not help but snort. And this, 30 pieces of the 9 reverse divine pellets, divine medicine. Seeing the ingredients for the 9 reverse divine pill, Qin Xiang finally revealed a smile. He was secretly moved in his heart. Xiao Baifeng must have used a lot of Xinyuan stone to get all these for him. "Elder sister Baifeng, you are really good to me, just like you are to your own little brother. I will not let you down." Laughed. Taking those things, the thing he cared about the most was 9 yin and Yang Dan. Xiao Baifeng glanced at Qin Xiang snappily, because it was as if Qin Xiang was possessed by a demon in her eyes. "In order to obtain these items, I have already expended more than half of my savings. Work hard." After Xiao Baifeng finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out again. This was because Chun Xiang had told her last night to help her check if any bone-level dan were being sold. Chun Xiang had quite a number of 9 yin and yang dan's medicinal herbs, but he was not in a hurry to refine them. Chun Xiang had quite a number of 9 yin and yang dan's medicinal herbs, but he was not in a hurry to refine them. Just as Xiao Baifeng had said, this Tianhui Dan was a popular commodity and was sold in many pill shops. Although many alchemists knew how to refine Shangping Dan, that did not mean that these divine pills were very cheap. High-quality Tianhui Dan were also relatively more expensive. Refining the Tianhui Dan first, we can't let elder sister Baifeng waste all that effort. Chun Xiang knew that Xiao Baifeng had already used up a lot of Xinyuan stone just for him, so he wanted to let Xiao Baifeng see a glimmer of hope, or at least let Xiao Baifeng feel that his Xinyuan stone was not spent in vain. The Tianhui Dan's pill formulas should have all been sold at price, and after so many years, they were uncontrollable. But according to what I know, there are very few alchemists who can refine Tianhui Dan to the extreme. Chun Xiang took out a jade box and opened it. Inside was a GRA. S the size of a palm. It was slightly thick and red in color. This was a blazing GRA. Shangping medicine it was rather common. The quality of the blazing GRA. is not bad. The Shangping medicine in this kind of place all grow quite well. Chun Xiang placed the scorching GRA. S on his cheek as he felt the warmth coming from it, then took out a small red leaf. This leaf came out from the jade box, and after coming in contact with the natural energy of the outside world, it immediately began to emit flames. Divine flame leaf. The leaves on the heavenly fire tree and the red tree roots beside it should be the heavenly fire root. Chun Xiang picked up a root and sniffed it, smelling a faint fragrance. Blazing GRA. D fire leaves and heaven fire root were the main divine medicines to refine Tianhui Dan. The Tianhui Dan's main function was to strengthen the mysterious power's fire attribute. There were some people that had fire mysterious power that were not pure enough and needed Tianhui Dan to cultivate to make their own flame power even more powerful. There were a lot of people who trained in flame power, so these Tianhui Dan were relatively easy to sell. It was just that the lower quality Tianhui Dan were relatively cheaper, and there were a lot of alchemists that could refine it, so these Tianhui Dan were all considered inferior Shangping Dan in the eyes of many high-level alchemists. But in Chun Xiang's eyes, it was different. As long as it was a pill, being able to refine it into the highest level of peak quality, the kind of wonderful feeling of accomplishment made him feel extremely happy and excited. It's been a long time since I've refined a peak quality pill. I came to challenge a Shangping Dan this time. I want to refine a cauldron of peak quality Chun Xiang had also refined peak quality many times before, and this time the goal he set was not only to reach the peak quality, which would burst out with the pill light, but also to produce more pills. Yu'er, have you heard of the divine spiritual pill? Chun Xiang asked. He had partic. 1. P aided in a compet. 1. Tian before, and at that time he had to refine a Lingguang Dan. Based on the foundation of refining a peak quality, he added another method to the compet. 1. Tian, allowing him to refine just 1 Lingguang Dan out of every set of ingredients. Of course I've heard of it. This was a divine pill of extremely high quality that could be created by combining multiple ingredients. Generally speaking, this is only done during alchemist self-challenge. After all, it requires a lot of medicinal materials, and it only requires a single divine pellet. Yet the cost is very high. It is difficult to sell it for a high price, and even lower prices are not enough to return the price. So it is very rare to see it on the market. Yu'er didn't go out with Xiao Baifeng. Previously, she only followed Xiao Baifeng because she wanted to see what kind of woman Xiao Yilan was. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That is the refining methods of the other alchemist and as long as I am serious, after a bit of time, a portion of the ingredients will be able to concoct a divine pellet with spirit energy. He had already started a fire and was going to refine it. This was his first time refining a Shangpindan, so he was very careful. The resistance energy released by these divine medicines was very strong, and he also needed to slowly burn the spirit blood that produced these divine medicines. Chen Xiang began to burn these 3 sets of Ji, O-Di medicine. The most difficult thing for Shangpindan was that the spirit inside the Shangpin medicine had a stronger repulsive force, which caused it to be difficult to fuse with. Chen Xiang had never used the original source refining and the spirit strengthening technique to refine Shangpindan, so he did not know what kind of difficult problem he would face right now. What's going on? No spirit blood appeared yet? Chen Xiang was a little anxious, because the 3 divine medicines had already been refined for a long time and no spirit blood had been produced. If they did not appear now, this furnace would be considered crippled. I'm almost at my limit. Chen Xiang saw that the 3 medicinal ingredients were about to completely transform into medicine aura, and was even more anxious. He had controlled the refining speed to be very slow from the start, and it was impossible to miss the opportunity for spirit blood to appear. But now that the 3 divine medicines were like this, it made him worried. If he could not use the original source refining on the Shangpindan, then he would need more time to comprehend other refining methods. Just as he was worrying secretly, he suddenly saw the 3 spirit blood S. It was just that the spirit blood was different from what he imagined. It was all purple. Blazing GRA, SSG, D fire leaf and heaven fire root all had a fiery red appearance, and spirit blood should also have a fiery red fire shape. But now he saw that the spirit blood of the 3 divine medicines were all purple flames. Something strange has happened. Chen Xiang was ecstatic. When he was refining the Xinyang gold ginseng before, something had happened. Feng Yujia had told him before that abnormal situations were extremely rare and would usually appear in high-grade divine medicines. The mutation not only increased the quality of the medicine many times over, but it also gave birth to other uses. The 3 spirit blood S aren't even balanced. I need to use a strong spirit technique to balance them before I begin the fusion. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, when he was refining, he would at most use a portion of medicinal ingredients to cause a change. He did not have the experience to refine Shangpindan in the first place, so when encountering this kind of situation, he had to be extremely careful, or else he would fail. You need to be strong for a period of time. The difference between the spirit blood in these 3 divine medicines is great, and the spirit blood is the strongest among the root. You need to strengthen the blazing GRA, S, and the G, O, D's fire leaf to the same level of strength as the heavenly fire root. Chen Xiang's progress so far was extremely smooth, but he had used quite a bit of time. It was already dark, and when Xiao Baifeng returned, he thought that Chen Xiang would wait for her outside. He didn't expect that he would still be locked inside the secret room. Xiao Baifeng did not see the interior of the secret room. Otherwise, she would have been shocked, because the secret room was currently filled with an intense purple light. Chen Xiang had already refined the pill furnace and reacted quickly. He had replaced the pill furnace with magic method furnace in time. Yueter stayed at the corner of the secret room, staring wide-eyed at the strong purple light emitted by Chen Xiang's transparent magic method furnace. Through the purple light, she could see Chen Xiang fusing 3 BLLS of purple medicine aura. Yueter stayed at the corner of the secret room, staring wide-eyed at the strong purple light emitted by Chen Xiang's transparent magic method furnace. Through the purple light, she could see Chen Xiang fusing 3B, ALS of purple medicine aura. Chen Xiang had already completed his spirit strengthening and was entering the stage of fusion. At this point, he had to be even more careful, because the moment he started fusing, the berserk barrage of pressure would shatter the entire pill furnace. This brat, what is he doing? Yue could not understand what Chen Xiang was doing. Previously, she saw that those 3 divine medicines were all fiery red, but now they had all become purple? Furthermore, from the looks of those rays of light, those purple medicine aura were extremely terrifying. Chen Xiang took an hour to finally squeeze the 3B, ALL, of medicine aura together and perfectly fuse them together. At the moment of fusion, an even more intense purple light exploded forth. At that moment, it was also the most violent. That was close. I almost lost it. Chen Xiang heaved a long sigh. He almost couldn't suppress his magic method furnace just now. And to use magic method furnace, in order to make the magic method furnace stronger, he had to use even more 6 realms power. Is it time to start condensing the pill? She knew this step, and Chen Xiang had also begun to divide the medicine aura into 6 parts. It's actually 6 pills, Yue said in surprise. Her star law divine realm also had this kind of Tianhui Dan, but she understood that it would be difficult to condense even 3, but Chen Xiang had more than doubled. Chen Xiang originally only planned to condense 4 pills, but he never thought that after the change, after fusing with the beasts again, he would suddenly produce so many medicine aura. Right now, he was only able to condense 6 pills in a conservative situation. If he wanted to challenge the limit, he felt that he could still condense 1 or 2 more pills. Now that he had experienced the benefits of the magical medicine's mutation, there would be many more medicine aura. He felt that the change must be related to his Chuangzhou fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that he encountered this kind of situation twice. After dividing the pill into 6, Chen Xiang took a deep breath. The following step was extremely crucial, and he did not plan on condensing the pill as simply as he did now. Charge! Chen Xiang shouted in his heart and fiercely controlled the 6 separated groups of medicine aura to undergo a high-speed and violent collision within a short distance. What are you doing? This is killing me. The instant they collided, Yue felt as if her cat's eye was going to be blinded by those purple lights. What she found inconceivable was that the instant they collided, they actually burst forth with a terrifying aura. Yue, who was inside the secret room, and even Xiao Baifeng, who was outside, could feel the aura of a king descending from the heavens. What's he doing in there? Xiao Baifeng suddenly stood up and looked at Chen Xiang's secret room. After fusing the 3 BALLs of mutated medicine aura, they had become many times stronger and were already very violent. Then they were split into 6 by Chen Xiang. The moment they collided, even Chen Xiang was shocked by the power that exploded out. He could clearly feel the speed at which the quality of the energy increased after the collision. Yue and Chen Xiang both looked in shock at the center of the magic method furnace. At this moment, there was a purple ball there, just like a purple round jewel. It actually turned into liquid. Yue couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What are you doing? It's just 3 pieces of broken medicinal herbs. But after a few tries, you've become so frightening. Chen Xiang was also very excited at this moment. He laughed proudly. This is concocting pills, transforming rotting into a miracle. With that, he immediately divided the purple liquid into 10 groups. Yue seemed to be numb to it all. If that ball of liquid suddenly hit a boar, she would not be surprised, and would definitely understand the terrifying technique that was Chen Xiang used to concoct pills. 10 pills. Very quickly, Chen Xiang was able to condense 10 purple pellets, and they were of high quality, yes. HI, plusning with a purple gold light. These were Shangping Dan with spiritual lights. This seems to be the spiritual light. Yue said, That's right, this is a Tianhui Dan with spirit energy after mutation. Chen Xiang laughed and wiped his sweat. On the way here, he spent more than a day to concoct the pill. After walking out of the secret room, Xiao Baifeng, who was sitting in the center of the room, immediately stood up. He looked at Chen Xiang, who was covered in sweat, and Yue, who had flown out. So the kitten is inside. I thought she was running around. Xiao Baifeng carried Yue, who had flown over, and asked, Xin Fei, what are you doing inside? Such a huge commotion, did it explode? That pill furnace has turned to as H. Plus, Chen Xiang looked at the pill furnace in the secret room. Originally, it was only a fragment. Failed. Don't be too anxious. Even if you miss this match, you still have a lot of chances. Xiao Baifeng also knew that she had given Chen Xiang too much pressure. She was worried that Chen Xiang would be affected by the pressure and be unable to display his true abilities. No, I did it. Chen Xiang took out a jade box and handed it over, then said with a smile, Elder Sister Baifeng, take a look. Do you recognize what pill this is? Xiao Baifeng opened the jade box, and inside the jade box, a wave of scorching air surged out, causing her to have no choice but to avert her head. This is spiritual light. Xiao Baifeng suddenly widened her beautiful eyes that were filled with astonishment and involuntarily shouted, This kind of quality, it's a divine, spiritual pill. Yes, but do you know what kind of divine pill this is? Chen Xiang did not know what effects the mutated Tianhua Dan would have. Is this a 9 yin and yang Dan? Xiao Baifeng asked. She had eaten Tianhua Dan before, and had seen it many times, but the purple-gold divine pellet in the jade box was completely different from the ones she had seen before. No, the 9 yin and yang Dan is even stronger. This is what Tianhua Dan's divine medicine looks like after it mutated. Later on, I used the method of refining spirit light to refine it, and it became like this. Eat one and see how effective it is. Chen Xiang said. Xiao Baifeng ate one pellet and then asked, You used up all of your divine pellets? One needs to have more medicinal ingredients to refine the spiritual light. The effects are 7 or 8 times stronger than the superior grade Tianhua Dan I've eaten before. Furthermore, there is another kind of. Xiao Baifeng took in a deep breath of cool air, her pet. 1. T. Jade face was full of surprise. There is another type of power that can increase one's divine soul. Is this another effect that comes from mutation? The increase in divine soul is more obvious. Chen Xiang laughed faintly. How many Xinyuan stone can you sell? 20 million pills definitely won't be a problem. Xiao Baifeng said, 30 million is possible. Just how many medicinal ingredients did you use? 1 set. Chen Xiang laughed mischievously. Relax. I have never done things that are out of the ordinary. How can I spend your Shen Yuan Stone S to buy medicinal formulas for me, and also help me purchase the 9 yin and yang dan's medicinal ingredients? I'll get it back for you soon. Xiao Baifeng felt like he had picked up a treasure, and the way he looked at Chen Xiang became gentler. After all, Chen Xiang's pill refining skills had already surpassed, said her understanding of pill refining. Xiao Baifeng felt like he had picked up a treasure, and the way he looked at Chen Xiang became gentler. After all, Chen Xiang's pill refining skills had already surpassed, said her understanding of pill refining. Elder Sister Baifeng, how much did you spend on the pill formulas? Chen Xiang asked. 700 million Shen Yuan stone. Xiao Baifeng said, and this is the cheapest price because I know someone, that's why I can take them down. If not, I would have required another 300 to 200 million. If the Tianhua Dan I refined is very popular, then it won't be long before you make a comeback. Chen Xiang laughed. I have only used 1 set of divine medicines now. Once I familiarize myself with it, I will be able to concoct it faster. Xiao Baifeng was no longer suspicious of Chen Xiang's strength. If she sold the 9 Tianhua Dan in her hands, she would probably sell it for 300 million. Even if it was her, it would still take many years before she could save up to that much. Elder Sister Baifeng, can you help me get a better pill furnace? Chen Xiang was a little embarrassed, said because Xiao Baifeng had said before that she had used up most of her Xin Yuan stone. No problem. Xiao Baifeng nodded his head. The compet. 1. tie-in is about to begin. At that time, you only need to refine the Zhongping Dan and you'll be able to pass us. At that time, the princess will personally watch the compet. 1. Tie-in, and when that time comes, you will have to reveal your strength. If you can become famous by then these 9 divine pills will be even more expensive. Elder sister by Feng, I feel that you are very similar to an acquaintance of mine. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed. What do they look like? Xiao Bai Feng slightly turned her head, but she was still unable to bear Chen Xiang's gaze. She's called Little Lizzie and is as pet. 1. Te as you are, also a beauty who looks cold but looks warm inside. Furthermore, she's been by the side of a very powerful woman since she was young, and is also very powerful. Chen Xiang laughed. I used to tease her and let her be my wife. Humph, you. Xiao Bai Feng lightly glared at him. You can tell at a glance that this isn't a good thing. If I were her, I would definitely not follow you. Chen Xiang chuckled. Not necessarily, not necessarily. Little scoundrel, little scoundrel. Yu giggled. Xiao Bai Feng smiled lightly, touched Yu, and said, There is news about the few divine medicines you asked me to inquire about, and they are rarely sold on the market. But I heard that one of our divine Cauldron Nation has specially purchased these divine medicines for a relatively high price. Can you buy it? Chen Xiang asked. That great national master must be the one who knew how to refine bone-level Dan. Sure, you need something mid-tier? How many portions do you want? Xiao Bai Feng asked. Within your capabilities, you can do as much as you want. This is very important to me. Elder sister Bai Feng, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Chen Xiang spoke seriously and continued. Oh, right, when you buy it, you better keep it a secret so that no one can find out who bought it. Is that all right? Sure. Xiao Bai Feng nodded his head. Go rest. Don't refine pills tomorrow. Rest up and go partic. 1. P. 8 in the preliminaries. Xiao Bai Feng woke up very early and busied himself with the things that Chen Xiang had told her. In the Imperial 9 Palace, although a female servant like her had the protection of the Jade Cauldron Divine King, Xiao Yulan, she was still looked down upon. Even the young royal prince, who was much weaker than her, treated her like a slave. And it was only because of Xiao Yulan's face, which was why he was usually so polite to her. However, Xiao Bai Feng did not want to continue like this. She needed to obtain even stronger power, and her talent was limited. If she could not break through when she grew old, Xiao Yulan would let her leave the Imperial 9 Palace and let her focus on cultivation. And now that she met Chen Xiang, this genius alchemist, she had other plans in mind. Even though she was Xiao Yulan's female servant, she wasn't usually able to be with Xiao Yulan. Furthermore, in the Imperial 9 Palace, she was always scheming, and it was difficult for her to find someone she trusted that she could trust. But what Chen Xiang did was different. Chen Xiang trusted her a lot, and she trusted Chen Xiang the same. Chen Xiang constantly called her elder sister Bai Feng, which made her feel especially close. No one had ever called her that, because in the eyes of many in the Imperial 9 Palace, she was just a lowly female servant. Because of her loss of these things, she had gradually forgotten how to smile, so she always seemed cold. Therefore, when she was with Chen Xiang, Yu would occasionally smile. It was just that she was unable to see how beautiful her smile was, while Chen Xiang and Yu were able to see it. Little scoundrel, quickly get up. Yu used her tail to sweep at Chen Xiang's nose, forcing him to wake up. Has it been ruined? Chen Xiang yawned, refining that mutated Tianhua Dan made him very tired. No, don't you think the elder sister Bai Feng is a little pitiful? At least she smiled in front of us. The last time I went with her to see Xiao Yulan, she didn't smile at all when she saw him. Yu said. Chen Xiang sighed. That's normal. This is related to the environment she grew up in. I have also met this kind of woman before. Sister Yu was like this in the past. Yue nodded her head and replied, "Last time when I followed her to a place relatively close to Jade Cauldron Palace, I heard many people say that she was a servant girl, that she was ASLUT, that was hard to listen to, and that she had spoken very loudly. It seems like after living here for so many years, she has yet to integrate into this environment and has instead been ostracized. Because this place doesn't give her any warmth or trust. She herself also rejects others. This is normal. This kind of place has too many scheming and scheming. If she does this, it would be a form of self-protection. As a result, people would secretly gossip about her, or at least avoid too much trouble." Qin Xiang understood this better. "Why did you suddenly ask me this? The words she said to me last night were all complaints, so I hope you can help her." Yue stuck out her tongue. "Even though she has 30 divine deity, she's very pitiful." "No problem, but I need to find an opportunity. In short, I will take this to heart. After all, she treats me quite well." Qin Xiang nodded and agreed. Chen Xiang did not refine pills today, but had carefully adjusted himself and only returned in the evening. "I haven't bought any of those magical medicines yet. It will take me a while to get them." Xiao Baifeng was wearing a very simple light purple dress. The moment she came back, she sat down and looked very tired. Qin Xiang hastily brought tea for her to drink. "Elder sister Baifeng, you must have worked hard for the whole day. Is he helping Jade Cauldron Divine King with something?" "Yeah, she told me to buy some things." Xiao Baifeng nodded. Seeing how considerate Qin Xiang was in serving her, she smiled at him. "Shan Fei, the preliminaries are going to start tomorrow. I just got the news that the disciples of the great national master are also going to partake. 1 P8 in the Alchemy compet. 1 Tian." Qin Xiang had heard Xiao Baifeng talk about the great national master's disciple before. He was a third-rank divine king, but he possessed the power to fight for the throne. Qin Xiang had heard Xiao Baifeng talk about the great national master's disciple before. He was a third-rank divine king, but he possessed the power to fight for the throne. Which side does he represent? Qin Xiang asked, "Didn't you say there are 7 first-rate divine kings competing? His appearance should be on behalf of one of the celestial kings, right?" Xiao Baifeng said, "I originally thought it would be like that, but in reality it isn't. It's just that Prince thought it was fun, and he himself is an alchemist with extraordinary strength, so he also wants to join in the fun. This fellow must be here to cause trouble." Qin Xiang never thought that it would be like this. He was also extremely curious now how powerful this prince was. If his performance is really outstanding, then he might become a great national master in the future, and he might even possess royal bloodline. Xiao Baifeng caressed Yue, who was being naughty, and laughed softly. "But you don't have to worry your compet. 1 Tian does not need to contend for the first place. It is also not something that you can contend for with your current strength. You just need to demonstrate your strength. I believe that when the time comes, the princess will definitely see through your potential." Qin Xiang nodded his head, but he still wanted to fight for it. Right now, it was a good opportunity to compete with many outstanding alchemists within a divine nations. Yuetra suddenly meowed, "Someone's coming." This guy just pushed the door open and came in. After Xiao Baifeng sensed the familiar aura, he was suddenly shocked and said in a low voice, "It's a prince." Originally, she wanted to let Qin Xiang take cover for a while. She didn't want him to get caught, but that prince had already walked in. This was the first time Qin Xiang had seen a prince of divine nations. This prince was very young, around the age of 18, although his face was not bad, but he was tall and thin, like a bamboo rod that would fall if he were to blow. It gave off a very thin feeling, but he was wearing a luxurious golden robe. This set of clothes gave him An Bli aura, and he looked like An Bli of the imperial family. "Ming Prince, it's already late. If you have anything to say it tomorrow." When Xiao Baifeng was speaking with Qin Xiang just now, her expression was very gentle, and there was even a faint smile on her face. However, The moment Ming Prince arrived, she immediately recovered her ice-cold expression. Ming Prince saw a man here, and he was tall and handsome. This caused his heart to be filled with rage, and he spoke with an angry tone of voice. "Xiao Baifeng, I didn't think that you would hide a man here. Bringing an outsider into the Imperial Nine Palace is a capital offense. He's not an outsider. He's the princess subordinate. He just joined the group. Here's his jade medallion." Xiao Baifeng immediately took out a jade tablet. On it was Chunxiang's name, and the bright side of the jade tablet also had his appearance. Other than that, there was a small cauldron carved at the bottom right corner of the jade tablet, and the words Xiao Yulan were written on top of the cauldron. Chunxiang immediately understood that this jade tablet was something that Xiao Baifeng had just obtained. Only by obtaining Xiao Yulan's authentication would his ident 1. Tai be recognized. He belongs to me now, so why is he staying with me temporarily? Is there something wrong with that? Although her expression was ice-cold, the way she spoke was still very gentle. After all, she had always been like this. Xiao Baifeng, there is now a chance for you to soar into greatness. As long as you agree to it, your ident 1. Tai will undergo a tremendous change. When Ming Prince found out that Chunxiang was not Xiao Baifeng's man, he felt much more comfortable and his tone became better. "What chance?" Xiao Baifeng asked. "Be my concubine." The prince faintly smiled. "You don't have to worry about that prince consort of mine. He only came to find you because he persuaded her. As long as you agree, even the imperial sister cannot oppose him." Xiao Baifeng rejected him immediately. "No, I'm not so unlucky as to be able to bear it. I have already gotten used to being a servant girl. Ming Prince, please go back." "You." Ming Prince was immediately angered. He waved his hand and gathered a burst of ji. Oh, delay power preparing to attack. "Ming Prince, please behave yourself." Xiao Baifeng's voice suddenly became ice-cold, and divine power condensed in his body. "I understand. You must be having an affair with this guy." "Humph. I'll go and tell my royal sister right now. You must know that my royal sister hates her servant girl the most for doing such despicable things." Ming Prince looked at Chunxiang and snorted. Then he left in a hurry. Seeing that he had left, Chunxiang laughed. "Elder sister Baifeng, you are quite powerful. Didn't you tell me to be careful of these princes and not to provoke them? You seem to have offended him already." Xiao Baifeng coldly snorted. "It's just that this guy is too useless. In all these years, he only has 15 years of divine deity, and it's even so tyrannical. Isn't it just because he has a very powerful mother? He and his mother are both part of the princess faction, so I can only bear with it a little. Not to mention that this fellow has a decent prince's concubine. There are more than 100 women by his side, and they're still not satisfied. They go everywhere to pick a flower and make trouble for him." Chunxiang laughed. "The women beside him are probably not that powerful either. That's why I wanted to subdue a heavenly Ji. Oh, D like you, who has 30 divine deity." Xiao Baifeng glared fiercely at Chunxiang. "Go back and sleep. Tomorrow I'll bring you to Partik. 1p, 8 in the preliminaries." She had 30 divine deity, so even if she wanted to find a guy, she couldn't be too different from him. Even if she rejected him, she had to at least have potential, and that Ming Prince didn't have any potential at all. It was only 15 years old, and Xiao Baifeng had already defeated him with a single slap. Even if it was a prince, Xiao Baifeng had no interest in him. In the morning, Chunxiang was woken up by Yuer's small tail. Yuer was just a cat at night. "Little scoundrel, I have some information on Xian Xian and the others. After communicating with Xing Yue for a few days, I finally got some rewards," Yuer said. "Is that true?" Chunxiang pinched her small tail, causing her to meow loudly. They were brought to a mountain inside the Jade Cauldron Palace. "I will have the stars and moon draw out a detailed map for them in a few days, and then pass it on to you." Yue replied, "Elder sister Baifeng has already woken up and is waiting for you." Chunxiang looked outside the window. The sky had only just brightened. After he finished was plussing up, he walked into the hall and saw Xiao Baifeng in a white dress sitting there. Beside her, there was even some food. "Elder sister Baifeng, you look so pretty in a white dress. Although this dress is a bit old, when worn on you, it gives you a kind of simple beauty." Chunxiang freely praised him, but Xiao Baifeng thought that he was just saying those flowery words. "Do you want me to give you some beautiful dresses? I'll go out and pick a few good ones another day." Chunxiang had good taste. After all, he had many great beauties by his side. "No need. I can't be that eye-catching in Imperial 9 Palace." Xiao Baifeng shook his head, looking at the pastries on the table. "Hurry up and eat it. It's useful to you. It can let you relax." Chunxiang laughed as he walked over. He grabbed a piece of cake and threw it into his mouth, chewing on it as he said, "What a joke! Do you think I would be nervous?" Chunxiang laughed as he walked over. He grabbed a piece of cake and threw it into his mouth, chewing on it as he said, "What a joke! Do you think I would be nervous?" S experience was much richer than Xiao Baifeng's, who had 30 divine deity and had experienced many great waves. "Oh, right, the Ming Prince went to complain to the Jade Cauldron Divine King. Will that affect you?" Chunxiang asked. "The princess will definitely believe me. It's not like she doesn't know the notoriety of Ming Prince. It is only because Ming Prince's mother had decent strength. That is why she allowed her mother to stay in the Jade Cauldron Palace." Xiao Baifeng did not take this matter to heart at all. After Chunxiang finished eating, he immediately stood up and walked out of the courtyard with Chunxiang. "Get in, the place we're going is a little far, the center of Imperial 9 Palace. Many people will be partic. 1p, aiding in today's preliminaries, and at least 3,000 will be able to refine pills." Xiao Baifeng said, "These 3,000 alchemistes are all powerful forces, and our Jade Cauldron Palace has 300 of them." "Do the alchemists of the Jade Cauldron Palace have a meeting to exchange pointers?" Chunxiang asked. "No, the situation of these alchemistes are basically similar to yours. There is a special person in charge who can help them by divine medicine and refine divine pills that they can sell to the Jade Cauldron Palace's manager in charge of purchasing divine pills. In short, you have yet to enter the sect. If you were to receive Jade Cauldron Palace's acknowledgement, I can directly use the Jade Cauldron Palace to purchase divine medicines in the future. It would be much cheaper." Xiao Baifeng said. Chunxiang scratched Ware's itch and laughed. "That's also good. That is to say, the stronger I am, the more benefits you will receive, right?" "Yes, if you can concoct a lot of good divine pellets, and I sell these to the Jade Cauldron Palace, I will be able to obtain rewards from the Jade Cauldron Palace. These rewards will all be useful to me." Xiao Baifeng said, "It's just that not everyone can find a good alchemist to work with. Now that you have found him, I am a very good alchemist." Chunxiang laughed out loud. "I'm not bragging." Xiao Baifeng only snorted lightly. She couldn't deny that Chunxiang's pill refining was indeed heaven-defying. Very quickly, Xiao Baifeng's car stopped. After Chunxiang followed her out of the car, they saw a huge octagonal-shaped building in the plaza ahead of them, which was constructed entirely out of huge golden rocks. It was at least 300 meters tall and was extremely grand. Xiao Baifeng handed over a jade token to Chunxiang and said, "This is your item. 1. Tie plate. I have already helped you register for the pill. Just wait a moment. Go and refine the pill according to the rules." Xiao Baifeng tugged on Chunxiang. "Stop looking. Quickly go in." At this time, among the people who had entered the eight-corner hall, there were quite a few who were dressed extravagantly. Chunxiang felt that those people were all aristocrats of the imperial family, and that quite a few of the people partook. 1. Aiding in the compet. 1. Taiyan would be princes and grandchildren of those with such esteemed status. Xiao Baifeng, is this your little man? Not bad. Your face and figure are pretty good. A mocking voice came from afar. Qinxiang immediately looked over. There was a beautiful woman dressed in a luxurious red dress. Xiao Baifeng only glanced at the woman once before circling around her to continue walking forward, as if he hadn't seen her at all. Xiao Baifeng, the entire Jade Cauldron Palace knows about you raising a young man now. Hee, let's see if the princess can bear with your actions. The alluring woman laughed again. Her voice was so loud that everyone present could hear her, and they all turned to look at her. He is an alchemist who is cooperating with me. I have told the princess that I do not need you to worry about him. If you continue to fabricate facts to ruin my reputation, don't blame me for being impolite. I, Xiao Baifeng, am not a soft persimmon. Xiao Baifeng was furious, her pet. T-Body was releasing her anger, causing the enchanting woman's face to turn pale white. Just as Xiao Baifeng was enraged, Qinxiang suddenly shot forward like an arrow, raised his hand and slapped across. The alluring woman immediately turned her head to the side to avoid the attack. Clearly, she was quite strong as well. B-I-T-C-H, don't make me up. I'm a little man. Don't think I wouldn't dare to hit you just because you're a woman. Qinxiang had purposely slowed down a bit just now, if not with his explosive strength. Even if this enchanting woman had 30 divine deity, he would still be able to hit her. Xiao Baifeng was also very surprised. She never thought that she would actually make a move, and at such a fast speed it was almost impossible to feel his movement trajectory, as though he had arrived in front of that woman in an instant. Hurry up and leave her be. Xiao Baifeng reprimanded. The preliminary compet. 1. Tie-in is more important. Qinxiang snorted and followed behind Xiao Baifeng and quickly entered the octagonal hall. There were a lot of people inside that looked to be in chaos, but Xiao Baifeng was very familiar with this place. Qinxiang saw that there were a lot of people concocting pills. The pill furnaces were emitting hot steam. Some pill furnaces were trembling violently. Some of them were letting out red light. The alchemists were seriously concocting pills. How do I asked the preliminaries. Qinxiang asked. The preliminaries are designed to eliminate a large portion of alchemists who are at a lower level. So, the first thing you need to do is to be able to refine a high-quality Zhongping Dan, and then you need to produce more than 2 pellets. Xiao Baifeng said, this is the rule of refining pills. And before that, there is even a flame test. The flames are not qualified and can't even be used to concoct pills later. Xiao Baifeng pointed to a stone tablet not far away. This stone tablet was as tall as 3 people, and there were 100 patterns on it. There were 2 holes at the bottom of the stone tablet. Qinxiang saw a person placing his hands inside it to release flames. After the flames were released, a red beam of light would shoot straight up. Now, after the person released the flame, he could only go up to the 8th inscription. I need to go to the 10th place to Pa SS, Xiao Baifeng said. This Fire Xiong Divine Tablet was a divine tool forged by the Heavenly Divine Lord back then. It is said that only the flames of the Heavenly Divine Lord can reach the top of the 100th inscription pattern. Does it get harder the higher you go? Qinxiang never thought that he would be able to see the works of the Heavenly Divine Lord here. At this time, there were already 3 people who had come to try, and the number had not even reached 10. He hadn't thought that it would be so hard. Those who were able to partake. 1. P8 in the preliminary heats at least had some foundation, but they had actually rolled out here. What's so good about refining pills? Why do I feel like there are a lot of people watching us? Qinxiang looked around. This area was rather crowded, but there were very few people partake. 1. P. Aiding in the pill refining exam. He is waiting for the Prince Ping, Xiao Baifeng said. Prince Ping is that great national master's disciple, the young 3rd rank divine king. His name is Xiao Ping? Qinxiang asked. I never thought that he would be so popular. Of course, because he rarely appears, but there are all sorts of legends about him. Even many princes and princesses have seen him. Xiao Baifeng said, "The Prince Ping is here." Suddenly someone shouted. Hearing someone shout, Qin Xiang, like many others, looked around. Soon enough, he saw a man in red robes walking over, and behind him was an old man. Hearing someone shout, Qin Xiang, like many others, looked around. Soon enough, he saw a man in red robes walking over, and behind him was an old man. This red-clothed man was Xiao Ping, whom he had secretly fought with Qin Xiang alone when he had watched Qin Xiang refine Bone Level Dan. He was the disciple of the great national master, and he was also currently one of the few who could refine Bone Level Dan. He wasn't very handsome, but he could still be considered pretty. He walked over at a leisurely pace with a faint smile on his face. His clothes weren't very luxurious. His body didn't exude a strong aura, and he didn't have a very handsome appearance. But for some reason, he gave off an extremely charming feeling, making people unable to help but glance at him a few times. But no matter what, he was a prince, a disciple of the great national master, and was also a third-rank divine king. Just based on these things, no one dared to look down on him, and these were all manifestations of strength. I've heard about the Fire Xiong Divine Monument for a long time, but I never dared to test it. I was worried that I would be too weak and get a blow from it. Xiao Ping walked to the side of the divine stele. He was very obedient as he took out his ident, one Tai Jade token, and handed it to the old man in charge of inspecting it. After the test, the elder gave the jade token to him. When everyone heard his words, they were all speechless. If even he didn't dare to test his strength, then who would dare to come? He was the disciple of the great national master, so his flames were definitely not weak. Everyone was looking forward to it. He didn't like to partic. 1p8 in complicated and BL/ODY battles and wholeheartedly pursued the highest realm of alchemy, which was why he had come to partic. 1p8 in this compet. 1 Tian. Thus, he didn't represent any major power and was only here to join in on the fun. There were rumors that, after finding out that he was not partic, 1p aiding in the struggle for the throne, the first-tier divine kings had all offered generous conditions to rope him in, but they were all rejected one by one. There were even those that said he had been looking for divine medicines for many years, but he rejected them all. Qin Xiang heard the soft discussion of many people, and couldn't help but admire Xiao Ping, who was indeed a person worthy of respect. When he grew up in an environment like the Imperial Nine Palace, it was truly difficult for him to maintain his personality. Xiao Ping extended both of his hands into the two holes beneath the Fire Xiong divine stele and frowned slightly. A red light immediately surged out from the bottom of the neat engravings on the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, the red light Serpa S said the 10th inscription. It went directly up to 30. After 30, its rising speed gradually slowed down. However, it still continued to continuously rise until it stopped at 45. I did my best. Xiao Ping looked at the place where the red light stopped. The heavenly divine Lord back then was really scary, being able to go straight to over 100. Even if I had the 100G, DS level, I might not be able to instantly go over 100. Xiao Ping had 45 years of experience, which was already pretty good. Many alchemists couldn't even pass this level, and before Xiao Ping came, the highest he could reach was 15 years old. It's your turn, go and try. Xiao Baifeng pushed Qin Xiang away as he took a few steps forward. Isn't this the little man raised by Xiao Baifeng? It is said that they are also partic. 1p aiding in the compet. 1 Tian, where did Xiao Baifeng get this half-alchemist from? He must be here to try his luck. Yeah, if this alchemist is not bad, then Xiao Baifeng can be considered to have pretty good luck. At least he won't be just a maid in the future. She was already used to it. But Qin Xiang was actually furious in his heart when he heard her speak of this. He believed that it must be the Ming prince's rumors and slanders. These BASTARDS, they actually look down on us like that? Chun Xiang looked at the people around him coldly. Xiao Ping also felt that it was boring when he heard the crowd's discussions. Of course, he knew Xiao Baifeng. Since she was Xiao Yulan's female servant, he had seen her several times, although she had 30 divine deity. But because she was a female servant, she was always looked down on. Of course, Xiao Ping would not look down on Xiao Baifeng. He felt that Xiao Baifeng's strength was greater than most of the people here. Young master. When the old man behind Xiao Ping saw Qin Xiang's appearance, he shouted in surprise. Xiao Ping also felt that Qin Xiang looked familiar, so Qin Xiang's appearance immediately surfaced in his mind. But Qin Xiang right now had changed his appearance a little, and was somewhat similar to before, which was why Xiao Ping and the old man felt that he looked familiar. Xiao Ping looked at the old man behind him, telling him not to talk anymore. Originally, he had planned to go and refine pills immediately, but he realized that Qin Xiang looked familiar and wanted to see Qin Xiang's reaction. Xiao Baifeng was a little surprised. She could tell that Xiao Ping was more concerned about Qin Xiang and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Xiang. Shen Fei. After the old man checked the jade tablet, he returned it to Qin Xiang. Hearing the name, Xiao Ping couldn't help but smile. He had already confirmed that this was Qin Xiang, and as Xiao Ping's follower for many years, he naturally understood why Xiao Ping was laughing. Last time, Xiao Ping was only sparring with Qin Xiang, but this time they could truly compete. Because he was the little man raised by Xiao Baifeng, he was also the center of attention. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was rather calm as he burrowed both his hands deep into the 2 holes, sucked in a small breath, and then used the powerful 6 realms power in his body to attack the 4-flame divine deity S. The 4-flame power S that had undergone the transformation of the 4 divine deity fiercely collided with each other, and like 4 great rivers converging together, created an even stronger impact. After that, they went through the double bone level on his left arm, and after an even stronger transformation, they congealed into flames. After he released the flame, a red light instantly appeared at the bottom of the divine steel inscription pattern array. The red light instantly broke through 20, and then slowly came to a stop at 25 meters, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. Must be over 30. Qin Xiang increased the intensity of the flames, causing the red light to continue rising. In a few blinks of an eye, it had Pa-S said 30, but the red light did not stop, it continued to rise. 36. Qin Xiang's forehead dripped with sweat, then he retracted his hand. No one could believe that someone who emitted the aura of 6 divine deity could actually cause flames to soar to such a height. Did the fire Xiong divine steel break? When Prince Ping used his strength just now, it must be because there is still flame power remaining in the Prince Ping, which is why he is acting like this. Right, this guy doesn't even look like AG. OD. Just a flame of this degree is impossible. Wait until the flame power of the divine steel disappears. Then he can be reborn. Xiao Ping said, "If you don't think so, you can try. Is it because of the remnants of the flame power?" There was really someone who went up to try, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not get past 8. Following that, a few more people came up, all of them from 4 to 5. What this fire Xiong divine steel is testing is not the strength of the divine power, but the flames. Do you understand the intensity of the flames? The intensity of these flames cannot be said to be because the more divine deity there is, the stronger the flames are. Back then, when my master went to take the test when he was at the 60th session of divine deity, he was able to reach that level, and there aren't even as many at the 10th divine deity as him. Xiao Ping said indifferently, if this fire Xiong divine monument only relies on the quant 1 tie of divine deity to test the strength of the flames, then he wouldn't even be placed here. The fire Xiong divine steel tests your control over the laws of fire, although there is a certain relations. H, I plus P between this and the divine deity it is not a necessary one. Hearing Xiao Ping's words, everyone stopped talking. Xiao Ping was obviously speaking up for Qin Xiang and caused those people who had mocked Qin Xiang to lower their heads in shame, because they already knew that they were unknowledgeable. Xiao Ping looked at Qin Xiang and laughed faintly. I hope that you can reach the end. I really look forward to battling with you for a bit. I look forward to it too. Qin Xiang also had this strong thought, as if he had met a rare opponent. Xiao Baifeng was very satisfied with Qin Xiang's performance. This was the only way Qin Xiang would be able to obtain more of Xiao Yulan's recognition, and at that time he would be able to grow even faster. Xiao Baifeng was very satisfied with Qin Xiang's performance. This was the only way Qin Xiang would be able to obtain more of Xiao Yulan's recognition, and at that time he would be able to grow even faster. Seeing Xiao Baifeng picking up such a good alchemist, many people were secretly jealous that if they could develop an outstanding alchemist, then with the help of this alchemist, they would definitely have a very high status and strong strength. The pretty girl who mocked Xiao Baifeng previously was also present. Thinking about how Qin Xiang wanted to slap her earlier, she became even more furious. Now that she knew that this little man had such potential, she became even more jealous of Xiao Baifeng. The next step was the second stage of the test to assess the pill refining level. It was just refining the Zhongping Dan. But the requirements were very harsh. It needed to produce a certain number of pills, and the quality also needed to be good and had to be within the time limit, otherwise it would be impossible to process. Beside this area was a group of alchemists that were seriously controlling the pill furnaces and refining Zhongping Dan. Qin Xiang had also just seen a moment ago. Zhongping Dan-S ingredients were all provided, and they were all used to refine 5 elements Dan-S. Now, Qin Xiang understood why Xiao Baifeng gifted the 5 elements Dan to him so generously. This 5 elements Dan and that Tianhui Dan were also common goods. He could casually obtain them, but he would need a certain number of Xin Yuan stone to buy them. Xiao Baifeng was very much at ease with this stage. She herself had personally witnessed Qin Xiang refining 5 elements Dan. Not only was it fast, the amount of 5 elements Dan that came out was also extremely shocking. Xiao Ping had already received his 5 elements Dan and a pill furnace. In order to ensure fairness in pill refining, he used a single pill furnace. Young master, are you still not going to start? At this time, many alchemists had the same question. After Xiao Ping brought the medicinal ingredients and pill furnace into the arena, he sat down with his legs crossed. The medicinal ingredients and pill furnace were beside him, so he did not touch them. I'm waiting for someone. Xiao Ping glanced at Qin Xiang. Here, he couldn't wait to have a small match with Qin Xiang. Seeing his gaze, everyone could not help but be shocked. Xiao Baifeng's little man was really too polite. He actually made the Prince Ping waste time waiting for him, because they were both refining 5 elements Dan and also using the same pill furnace, the Compet 1. Tie-in was very fair. Xiao Ping knew that he had lost to Qin Xiang once, and now he wanted to take it back. Qin Xiang felt that this Prince Ping loved to duel too much. It was just that he did not know that this Prince Ping had once lost to him. All of the alchemists present were extremely jealous of Qin Xiang at this moment, to actually be valued so highly by Xiao Ping, and Qin Xiang had also caused them to secretly admire him. If it was them, they would probably be very nervous already, but Qin Xiang was actually very relaxed. Aren't you going over? Xiao Baifeng looked at the people around him and saw that everyone was watching him. Xiao Ping's voice was also very loud just now. Xiao Baifeng also thought that Qin Xiang was too calm. To be able to be so calm in the face of a challenge from someone of Xiao Ping's level, he did not seem afraid at all. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. There's no rush. Both he and I tested on the Fire Xiong Divine Steel earlier, and both have a certain amount of energy loss. If we start right now, we're definitely not in our best condition. We both need to undergo a short period of adjustment. Young lad, to refine a Zhongping Dan, you have to do it within the set time. The Prince Ping thinks highly of you, so don't waste his time. That old follower was very considerate of his young master and hastily came over to greet him. Aren't we supposed to complete it within 6 hours? With your Prince Ping strength, I estimate that it would be completed in 2 hours and perhaps even faster. Qinxiang laughed. So, Elder, don't be anxious. It took only 2 hours to produce 2 or more high-quality 5 elements Dan. Right now they were risking their lives, but their speed was still the same. They couldn't understand why was it that they were both concocting pills. Their refining speed was so slow, but the others were all so fast, their methods were all the same. Xiao Ping only wore a smile on his face. He agreed very much with Qinxiang's words. And he could also tell that Qinxiang attached a lot of importance to the following match with him, which was why he had to make the best adjustment. And this time, Xiao Ping also decided to display his full strength. He had to defeat Qinxiang. Therefore, he needed to adjust himself as well. He had indeed used up quite a bit of energy on the Fire Xiong Divine Steel just now. Xiao Ping was not anxious, so was Qinxiang, but everyone was anxious to death. They wanted to throw Qinxiang onto the stage and compete quickly. For hours later, Qinxiang finally went to collect the ingredients needed to refine 5 elements Dan, as well as the uniform pill furnace. After knowing that Xiao Ping had met an opponent and was planning to hold a small compete. Tie-in here, everyone from the other regions rushed over. The reason why Qinxiang had raised his profile a little was because he was following Xiao Beifeng's instructions. Only by doing this could he win over Xiao Yulan. And after this preliminary compete. Tie-in, there would definitely be a period of time until the official compete. Tie-in begins. If he could get Xiao Yulan's attention here, then he would definitely receive many benefits. Xiao Ping was very knowledgeable about Qinxiang, so he would never underestimate Qinxiang. Instead, he viewed Qinxiang as a target that he had to defeat, which was something only he and his old follower knew. Qinxiang was standing right in front of Xiao Ping, because the moment Xiao Ping arrived, no one dared to refine pills beside him. However, Qinxiang was not afraid. After he sat down, Xiao Ping said, "I'm worried that you won't go all out." "Why are you so worried?" Qinxiang smiled and asked. The crowd burst into an uproar again. After sparring with the Prince Ping to refine pills, they did not even need to use all their strength. When suddenly they felt that the little man that Xiao Beifeng was raising was not small at all. Because whether you win or lose this match, you will not lose anything. Furthermore, there is no motivation for you to go all out. Xiao Ping said, "That makes sense." Qinxiang nodded his head. In that case, something is indeed missing. Xiao Pinglang laughed and took out a jade token. This is the Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Dan's pill formula. Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Dan. After everyone heard this, they almost couldn't believe that this was real. Xiao Ping actually dared to take out such a precious pill recipe to gamble with. Even if it wasn't a pill formula, just a Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Dan was already extremely precious. Young Master. This Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Dan is Great National Master's most prized pill formula. The old follower was interrupted by Xiao Ping. You think I will lose? Xiao Ping smiled faintly. Qinxiang had also heard of Heaven God Fire Dan before. This was recorded in the knowledge of pellets Fong. Yujihad Patkes said down to him. As long as he ate the Heaven God Fire Danas that corresponded to his own strength, he could absorb the divine power of the heavens and earth and condense a very strong flame divine deity. Qinxiang had also heard of Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Dan before. This was recorded in the knowledge of pellets Fong. Yujed Paes said down to him. As long as he ate the Heaven G. Oh, D Fire Danas that corresponded to his own strength, he could absorb the divine power of the heavens and earth and condense a very strong flame divine deity. It was just that he needed to consume a lot of it to continuously absorb it and quickly condense divine deity. This kind of pill was indeed very precious. This is the supreme God pellet, but you can also use Shangping medicine to refine Shangping Dan. Xiao Ping laughed. Now you have the motivation to compete with me. Xiao Ping was only worried that Chen Xiang wouldn't use all of his strength to compete with him, which was why he did this. In the eyes of many people, this was an incomprehensible action. But you also need to come up with something to bet with me. Xiao Ping said, I can't take it out, I'm very poor. Elder sister, Bai Feng has been helping me all this time, and she provided me with the pill furnaces. Qin Xiang spread his hands. Of course Qin Xiang had good things. It was just that he could not gamble on them. He was not as wasteful as Xiao Ping. 8 billion Shen Yuan stone, how about it? Xiao Ping looked at Xiao Baifeng. She should be able to afford these Shen Yuan stone. Shen Fei, make a bet with Prince Ping. I'll pay for this 1 billion Shen Yuan stone. Xiao Baifeng agreed without hesitation. It could be seen that she was extremely confident in Qin Xiang, and she also knew the value of Heaven Ji, Fire Danes. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't worry, Prince Ping, I will definitely show my true strength. But don't get angry from Imbara. Meant when you lose. Do I look like someone who would want to do such a thing? He had already picked up the invisible divine fruit and began to examine it. How about this, since it's the same pill furnace and the same divine medicine? Let's exchange for it so that everyone can be at ease. Xiao Ping said. After all, he had taken out his trump card and gambled with it, so he had to be very careful in this matter. No problem. Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping changed their positions. The pill furnace and the divine medicine were placed on the ground. Now more and more people started to gather the Heaven Ji. Fire Dan's reputation was too big, and the fire elementalists were the most famous. And now there was actually someone who used this pill formula to make a bet. Many people did not believe it, but after knowing that Xiao Ping had taken it out to make a bet, everyone had no choice but to believe it. The Heaven Ji, Fire Dan, was the top quality divine formula created by the great national master. And Xiao Ping, as the only disciple of the great national master, would definitely have this recipe as well. So only he would dare to take it out to gamble. The quality, speed, and quant. 1. Tai will be determined by these 3 criteria. When the time comes, both you and I will have a plan. Xiao Ping said. Qin Xiang nodded. Let's begin. It was finally about to begin. Xiao Ping's face also became serious. Although giving away the Heaven Ji, Fire Dan's pill formula wouldn't do him much of a loss. He would definitely be scolded by his master. So he had to protect it. Qin Xiang's motivation had 2 aspects. On one hand, he would lose 1 billion Shen Yuan stone, and this Shen Yuan stone was definitely Xiao Baifeng's last resort. On the other hand, if he won, he would be able to obtain this precious pill formula, which was extremely useful to him. Qin Xiang directly threw the 5 elements, divine fruits, into the pill furnace. He did not do it according to the pill formula. Xiao Ping only followed the steps of the pill formula, only that he sped up his pace. Before, Qin Xiang had said that Xiao Ping would definitely be able to complete it within 2 hours, and perhaps even faster. Now it seemed that he had spoken correctly. If he followed the steps in the pill formulas, Xiao Ping would have already progressed to halfway. However, no one knew about Qin Xiang's progress. He did not follow the pill formulas. There were even many people who suspected that he was capable of refining the pills. If it weren't for the powerful alchemist S, 1 billion Shen Yuan stone would still be considered a large number to the 30 great Saint Ji. DS with divine deity. The Shen Yuan stone S that Xiao Baifeng had saved up for so many years had been defeated mostly because they had only known each other for a few days. She also secretly felt that she had paid a lot to raise Qin Xiang. Xiao Ping was a prince who had the qualifications to compete for the throne, so his every action would receive the attention of the great powers in the Imperial 9 Palace. More and more people came, and the crowd didn't understand pill forging at all. All they were waiting for was the result, the one who lost and the one who won. Princess, I never thought that the little man from Bai Feng's group would be so powerful. The Fire Xiong Divine Tablet had reached a total of 36, but Prince Ping held such high regard for him. In order to compete to his heart's content, Prince Ping actually took out a Heaven G, Fire Dan, and used it to unleash his greatest strength. In the garden of one of Jade Cauldron Palace's strictest villas, a woman was talking to a lady in a white dress who was playing a zither. Can you find out anything about this Shen Fei? The lady in the white dress who was playing the zither kept the jade zither and asked softly. No, it's as if he suddenly appeared. The people from the other 8 divine nations have never heard of him either. The woman said, I'm also worried that Bai Feng will be tricked. She hasn't had any contact with a man for many years, but now she's allowed a man to sit in the same house with her. Furthermore, she's even given him so much. Don't worry, as long as we're in the Imperial 9 Palace, Bai Feng will be fine. Before I figure out the reason for this Shen Fei's visit, I can't get him to leave the Imperial 9 Palace no matter what. The lady who was playing the zither just now was Xiao Yulan. She was much smarter than Xiao Baifeng. Although she did not seem to care about the Shen Fei that Xiao Baifeng had introduced, she had secretly investigated him many times. Furthermore, in these past few days, Xiao Baifeng's whereabouts were all under her control. If you have any results, feel free to report to me. If Shen Fei is truly someone useful, I will personally talk to him. Xiao Yulan said. Yes, Princess. Chun Xiang and Xiao Ping's match could be said to be extremely intense. Both of them were desperately fighting for time, using the fastest time possible to refine as many 5 elements Dan as possible. Soon an hour passed. However, their pill furnaces were extremely calm. It was terrifyingly calm, as if nothing had happened inside. When the alchemist was refining pills, more or less, the pill furnace would emit a bit of hot air. But right now, the 2 of them did not have a single pill furnace. To them, this pill furnace was just a cover. When they were concocting pills, the flames did not touch the pill furnace at all. Under these circumstances, it was already amazing that they could still perform so well. Now, everyone knew why Xiao Ping valued Chun Xiang so much. It was because Chun Xiang's standards were similar to his. However, there was a heaven and earth difference between Chun Xiang's divine deity and Xiao Ping's. After about an hour, Xiao Ping suddenly opened the lid, and Chun Xiang opened it at almost the same time as him. Chun Xiang's expression was also very solemn. This Xiao Ping's alchemy level was really strong. He could clearly feel that he was unsure if he could win. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very confident. Chun Xiang's expression was also very solemn. This Xiao Ping's alchemy level was really strong. He could clearly feel that he was unsure if he could win. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very confident. All right, we finished it at the same time. Now it all depends on the quant. 1. Tie-in quality. Xiao Ping said. Chun Xiang nodded, and at the same time retrieved the 5 elements Dan from the furnace with Xiao Ping. Seeing the 5 elements Dan that they took out, everyone was stunned. There were actually 6 of them. Being able to refine 2 or 3 of these 5 elements Dan S was already very impressive. But now that they could refine 6 of them, it was clear from the L.U.S. of their pills that they were of high quality. No one dared to look down on Chun Xiang anymore, and they no longer dared to tease him that he was raising men. A man who could refine 6 5 elements Dan S in one furnace and take care of 2 Xiao Baifeng S in half an hour. Is it even? The old follower said. No, it depends on the quality. Xiao Ping took out a round plate. In the middle of the plate, there was a small dent, just large enough to fit into a divine pill. In the middle of the plate, there was a square crystal with many complex spirit grain S on it. This is a divine tool used to test the quality. My master entrusted it to the heavenly divine Lord to refine it. Do you trust this divine tool? Xiao Ping said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Although the heavenly divine Lord had been defeated, the many divine tools that he had refined were still circulating around, and they were extremely precious. All right, the square crystal on the plate will show the numbers. The higher the number, the higher the quality. We will test the 6 Supreme Dan beads separately, and the one with the biggest numbers is the winner. Xiao Ping's expression was also extremely serious. He did not want to lose to Qin Xiang. All right. Qin Xiang nodded. I'll go first. Xiao Ping placed a 5 elements Dan into the small dent. The crystal suddenly lit up and a number appeared. 90. Xiao Ping said, then let Qin Xiang see it clearly. Continue. Qin Xiang said. Xiao Ping took out that 5 elements Dan and placed it on the other one, showing that it was also 90. Qin Xiang was also very surprised that Xiao Ping could control it so well. It's your turn, Xiao Ping said. When Qin Xiang placed the 5 elements Dan that he refined into the first pellet, it displayed a value of 93, which made everyone exclaim in surprise. The quality was actually better than Xiao Ping's, and the next 4 pills were all 90. Now it was the last one. If it was also 90, then Xiao Ping would have lost. At this moment, Xiao Ping was looking at the divine testing tool with rapt attention. His forehead was actually covered in sweat. 86. Qin Xiang frowned. He did not dare believe that he had actually lost. Xiao Ping's 6 pills had a total value of 540, and Qin Xiang's was 539, although they had lost a little. I won. Xiao Ping smiled faintly. But winning isn't easy. You are just a little bit away from defeating me. I don't even want that 1 billion Xinyuan stone. In any case, I've won. Xiao Ping didn't care about the 1 billion Xinyuan stone. Although Qin Xiang had lost, it was still a glorious loss because Xiao Ping really did not win easily. Furthermore, it was already pretty good that Qin Xiang had refined a pill with the quality of 93. This compet 1 Taiyan could already see Qin Xiang's level. This was also the main reason that it affected the quality of his medicinal pellets. If he had arrived at 3rd rank Divine King like Xiao Ping, then it would be hard to say. Take it, give it to Prince Ping. Xiao Baifeng took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xiao Ping's old follower. Everyone knew that this was a 1 billion Xinyuan stone. Yet Xiao Baifeng did not accept Xiao Ping's kindness. However, for those who had the slightest understanding of Xiao Baifeng, they would know that even though she was a female servant, she had a lot of backbone. According to the rules, the refined divine pellets could not be taken away, and after Qin Xiang lost, he was also not in a good mood. Next time, let's compete again. Qin Xiang smiled at Xiao Ping. I will definitely win against you again. Of course, if you can still beat me, this will still be yours. Xiao Ping waved the heaven Ji. Oh, D-Fire Dan's pill formula in his hand. Even though he had won against Qin Xiang by a little, he still gave him enough confidence. Qin Xiang came to Xiao Baifeng's side, looking at her with an ashamed face. Just win it back next time, and you'll be fine. Xiao Baifeng was very satisfied with Qin Xiang's performance. At least she did not feel that it would hurt to lose 1 billion Xinyuan stone, and when she said these words, she even revealed a faint smile to Qin Xiang. That was a smile of encouragement and praise. Qin Xiang did lose to Xiao Ping, but this also made him famous here. After all, his level was not far from Xiao Ping's. Returning back to the house, Xiao Baifeng said, Did you not bring out your true strength? Qin Xiang nodded and sighed. I was too careless and underestimated this guy. It's all my fault. In order to not cause too much trouble, I didn't use my most powerful technique. Xiao Baifeng was very clear of Qin Xiang's abilities. It was because the mutated Tianhui Dan that Qin Xiang refined was very scary. The high quality was scary. She felt that if Qin Xiang refined the 5 elements Dan, it would also definitely be able to reach the quality that it was supposed to have. But she was curious why Qin Xiang did not refine it. What she did not know was that Qin Xiang was using the heavenly alchemy, so when he came to the divine nations, he definitely could not expose this. And if he wanted to refine a divine pill that had a spirit light, Just that broken pill furnace would definitely explode. Yueter said, Elder sister Baifeng, how many Xinyuan stone do you still have? Not much, only 20 million. But for the alchemistess, this is not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Xiao Baifeng sighed. I wonder if the princess will value you because of today's match with Prince Ping. If she still doesn't, I can only think of other ways to earn Xinyuan stone to support you. Yuer chuckled. Elder sister Baifeng, you aren't actually raising a little man. You're just raising a little scoundrel. Yuer, how did you get this strange disease? Chun Xiang reached out his hand to scratch her itch, thinking that it must be Long Xue's fault. Stop messing around. Someone's coming, and she's even a beauty. Yuer shouted, giggling nonstop at Qin Xiang's words. Xiao Baifeng knew that someone had arrived and hastily opened the door. It was a lady in red, with a charming smile on her jade-like face. She was tall, taller than Xiao Baifeng by 2 heads. It's you. Did the princess ask you to come? Xiao Baifeng said. She did not give the lady any face. Something like that. The lady in red did not enter, because Xiao Baifeng did not let her in. She could only look at Chen Xiang, who was inside, and even gave him a sweet and gentle smile. Chen Xiang saw that the lady in red was blocked by Xiao Baifeng outside the door, and immediately saw that the relations to H.I. plus P between Xiao Baifeng and the lady in red was not good, causing him to not understand. Xiao Baifeng had followed Xiao Yulan from a young age, and stayed in Imperial 9 Palace for a long time, but did not have any trusted friends. Chun Xiang saw that the lady in red was blocked by Xiao Baifeng outside the door, and immediately saw that the relations H.I. plus P between Xiao Baifeng and the lady in red was not good, causing him to not understand. Xiao Baifeng had followed Xiao Yulan from a young age, and stayed in Imperial 9 Palace for a long time, but did not have any trusted friends. Can't you just let me in? The woman in red didn't get angry. She only stuck out her tongue and smiled. Did the princess send you here? Xiao Baifeng was still as cold as ever, and didn't welcome the red-clothed female in the slightest. Yes, she asked me to come and talk to you about something, and at the same time wanted me to take a look at this man called Xin Fei. The lady in red giggled. What? Are you afraid that he will be lured away by me? Xiao Baifeng snorted, and opened up a path for her to walk in. The red-clothed female walked into the hall and opened her big watery eyes, looking at Chen Xiang curiously, as if she had seen something magical. Xiao Hongke, if you have something to say, quickly say it. Xiao Baifeng said, he's very tired today and needs to rest early. Xiao Baifeng was currently unhappy, not because she saw Xiao Hongke, but because she felt that Xiao Yulan did not attach enough importance to him, and this would miss the chance for Qin Xiang to partake. 1. P. 8 in the upcoming compet. 1. Tian. Needed resources right now, but she did not, and she could only hope that Xiao Yulan could provide some. Now that she saw Xiao Hongke coming, without a trace of sincerity, she understood that Xiao Yulan had asked her to come take a look. If Xiao Yulan truly valued Qin Xiang, he would have definitely sent people to find her and talk. Princess asked me to come and ask about Shun Fei's background because he was too mysterious. Princess would not be at ease if she did not understand him fully. You should know the princess' personality. She has always been this cautious. Don't blame the princess. The princess is doing it for your own good. She doesn't want you to be tricked. She understands that you need to nurture your own people. So she's worried that you'll get ahead of yourself. Xiao Hongke looked at Chen Xiang and mischievously made a face at him. Chen Xiang laughed. Big sister, when you say these words, just sound transmission is enough. There's no need for me to hear it, right? I'm just letting you hear me. What do you think? Xiao Hongke chuckled. Tell me about it for big sister. I'm a good person. Chen Xiang laughed. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Do you have any proof? Even if I believe you, the princess doesn't believe me, and I don't trust you, so there's nothing I can do. If you really want to be chosen by the princess, you'd better honestly tell me your purpose in coming here. Don't think that the princess can't see through your motives in coming here. Xiao Hongke came to Qinxiang's side and said with a charming smile. Xiao Baifeng was a little angry. Hongke, quickly leave! Go back and tell the princess that I can handle this kind of matter by myself. There's no need for her to worry about it. The past few days that she had spent with Qinxiang, she believed that she understood Qinxiang very well. She believed in her intuition that Qinxiang would definitely not harm her. Furthermore, the fact that she was together with Qinxiang gave her a joy that she had never felt before. For some reason, when she was together with Qinxiang, she felt very relaxed and didn't need to be on her guard against Qinxiang. Elder sister Baifeng, I know that you haven't had a breakthrough in all these years, and I'm a bit worried. But you can't lose your head because of this. We can all understand you. Xiao Hongke frowned and turned to look at Qinxiang. Qinxiang rubbed his nose and said, Are you saying that Jade Cauldron Divine King suspects me? She was worried that my motive for entering the Imperial Nine Palace was not pure? Exactly. So you'd better cooperate and say what you're here for. If you truly wish to join the Jade Cauldron Palace, we will be the most helpful to you and allow your progress in the Pill Dao to be smooth. You should be clear now that your own strength is not enough. Xiao Hongke kept her sweet smile and said very straightforwardly, I only came here to see Jade Cauldron Divine King to be her subordinate. What I said was the truth, and it was up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Before I met the elder sister Baifeng, I could not refine Zhongpindan, and it was only because she gave me the divine medicine that I learned it. So now I have a second goal, which is to grow as fast as possible and help the elder sister Baifeng become even stronger. Qinxiang sighed. If you still do not believe, then I have no choice. I can only give up my first goal, and achieve my second goal will be enough. Don't you want to see the princess now? Xiao Hongke asked. She was very clear about the charm of her princess. There were a lot of experts who came here due to admiration. Some of them had never seen Xiao Yulan before, but they worked hard for him. It's fine if she doesn't see me. I'm just a lowly N.O. body. She doesn't put me in her eyes, and she looks down on me. It's normal for her to not see me. So I feel that it's better to forget about it. To me, it's easier to help the elder sister Baifeng become stronger than to see him. Qinxiang was also angry in his heart. His goal in coming here was to save his wife. The Jade Cauldron Divine King was so tyrannical. He kidnapped Xue Xianxian and the others. If he had the strength, he would have killed the Imperial Nine Palace already. Now, it seems that you are not worthy of my princess in your eyes, right? Aren't you afraid that we'll kick you out? Xiao Hongke said coldly, her ATTI. Tude becoming very bad, because she could hear that Qinxiang was angry, and furthermore, the tone of her voice did not even put Xiao Yulan in her eyes. You want to chase me away? Please go ahead. Since I am going to accomplish my second goal, I don't need to stay here. Qinxiang did not give her any face, and had already stood up. Hongke, if you're still treating me as your big sister, then hurry up and leave. This is my business. If the princess is going to chase him away, then I will go with him. Xiao Baifeng's voice carried a trace of anger. Xiao Hongke glared at Qinxiang fiercely, and then looked at Xiao Baifeng with a tender and affectionate gaze as he let out a faint sigh. All right, I'll leave now. After Xiao Hongke left, Qinxiang snorted. This woman is not the type to do big things. Before I thought that the Jade Cauldron Divine King was very powerful, but now it seems like it. You're not allowed to talk about the princess. Xiao Baifeng said, Princess doesn't care so much about your background. She must have her own thoughts. Qinxiang laughed coldly. If she really needs talent right now, she shouldn't be putting on such a haughty attitude. You're so concerned about my background. Used everything to investigate, and even sent Hongke Jr. to go against you. But she's just not willing to come? You're already so concerned about me. You might die if you meet me. You. Xiao Baifeng also didn't know what to say to refute Qin Xiang. Xiao Yulan did indeed mind Qin Xiang a lot, but he just didn't want to come by himself. This was exactly the same as what Qin Xiang had said. She's sick, she has to be cured. Qin Xiang said casually, making Xiao Baifeng even angrier. But she didn't say that she really wanted to, but was thinking about it. Previously, Qin Xiang did indeed want to see Xiao Yulan a lot, but now she looked like she hated Xiao Yulan, and even said such shameless words. She's sick, she has to be cured. Qin Xiang said casually, making Xiao Baifeng even angrier. But she didn't say that she really wanted to, but was thinking about it. Previously, Qin Xiang did indeed want to see Xiao Yulan a lot, but now she looked like she hated Xiao Yulan, and even said such shameless words. After all, he was still in the Jade Cauldron Palace. Just based on the words that he had said earlier, it was enough for him to die several times. Now, Xiao Baifeng also felt that he was unable to see through Qin Xiang. To think that he actually had such guts. Elder sister Baifeng, that girl just now was called Honke. You are Baifeng. Qin Xiang laughed. We're both female servants. There's no difference in status. I'm just a bit older than her. Xiao Baifeng said with a sad sigh, but my innate talent is not as good as hers. She currently possesses 40 divine deity and is a monarch. She is highly valued by the princess. As long as the princess does not go into seclusion, she will basically always be by her side. So powerful. Qin Xiang laughed out loud. Luckily, she didn't beat me to death earlier. Otherwise, even you wouldn't have been able to stop her. You really don't want to die. Xiao Baifeng glared at him reproachfully. Now that I have obtained the qualifications to partake. 1p8 in the compet. 1 tie-in. What I need to do next is to earn some Shen Yuan stone. You can go and buy some 5 elements Dan's medicine, and I will refine them into a divine pill. Then you can sell them for a good price. Qin Xiang said. From the looks of it, your princess most likely does not value me anymore. Xiao Baifeng nodded. This was her plan before. Good quality 5 elements Dan were easier to sell. Most people could afford to buy it, but if there were a lot of them, they would be able to earn Shen Yuan stone very quickly. If you are not tired, then go and purchase the 5 elements divine fruits. I will concentrate on concocting pills now, since I have nothing else to do. I haven't used that move for a long time. Qin Xiang stretched his back, then said with a smile, Elder Sister Baifeng, can your secret room be expanded a little? You can dig a secret chamber in the underground. What do you need such a big secret chamber for? Xiao Baifeng was a little confused. Secret. Qin Xiang smiled mysteriously. Xiao Baifeng hurriedly ran out to purchase some ingredients, and he quickly returned. 2 million a serving of medicinal herbs. There are only 10 sets here. Xiao Baifeng pass, said a storage bag to Qin Xiang. I have used all of my Xinyuan stone. If you still need more, I can go borrow. Qin Xiang laughed. There's no need. Just help me create a big secret room. I know Elder Sister Baifeng has never borrowed Xinyuan stone before. You don't want to do this either. Indeed, Xiao Baifeng had never done such a thing before. She was just like Xiao Yulan. Both had this kind of bad temper, but she was forced to do it. She nodded slightly, secretly grateful to Qin Xiang for being able to understand her. Very quickly, Xiao Baifeng created a very large SPAC in the ground. Now, she took out a piece of specially made stone bricks and wanted to build a stone room. Qin Xiang was also helping. How many Shen Yuan stone can be sold for a high-quality 5 elements Dan? Qin Xiang wanted to estimate how much he could earn by refining a cauldron of 5 elements Dan. 4 million. Under normal circumstances, a high-quality Zhongping Dan would cost twice as much as a portion of medicinal ingredients. Xiao Baifeng said, if you can successfully produce 6 pills, you should know how much you can earn. The Zhongping Dan is so expensive too. Chen Xiang didn't think that it would actually be twice the price of a single set of medicinal ingredients. This is the price of a high-quality product. If it is of low quality, it would be great if someone wanted it. You have to understand that for alchemists like you, who can concoct 6 pills in a single go, and furthermore, are of high quality, only someone of Prince Ping's level can produce one. In the entire Imperial Nine Palace, other than you and Prince Ping, there are probably not many other young alchemists. It was also why Xiao Baifeng bet everything on Qinxiang. To be able to refine 2 or more high-quality 5 elements Dan within 6 hours. There are not many alchemists who can do it, even within the Imperial Nine Palace. Alchemists who are able to do it are also completely carefree, and they would definitely not refine such pellets to earn Xinyuan Stone S, Xiao Baifeng said. For example, Prince Ping and his master, as well as those alchemists with the same strength as his master, would they be lacking this little bit of Xinyuan Stone? They are not lacking. We are not lacking. That's great. We can make a ton of money now, haha. Qinxiang laughed. Once I'm done with the secret room, I will go and concoct the pills. With your 10 sets of ingredients, I can at least give you 55 elements Dan pills. Xiao Baifeng smiled lightly and nodded. This was the benefit of meeting a strong alchemist, so she felt that her investment just now wasn't a loss at all. After the big secret room was built, Qinxiang told Xiao Baifeng to go out and find a good place to sell. He said that he would sell it when she came back. Even if Yuer were to stay here, she didn't know why Qinxiang needed such a large secret room. Don't you want to build a bath or something? This secret room is as big as the courtyard house above us. Yuer said, if it isn't that big, how can it be forged so quickly? Qinxiang laughed. What does this have to do with producing pills quickly? Yuer did not understand. Qinxiang laughed and did not speak. He took out the 10 sets of divine medicines and checked them. There were no big problems. He just released the 10 sets of magic method furnace. 10 sets of medicinal ingredients would be 55 elements, divine fruits, and under Qinxiang's control, they would fly into the 10 magic method furnace S. This was the Dewan refining method. Qinxiang had never used it to refine a divine pellet, and this time he was very confident that he would be able to complete it smoothly. You want to refine 10 batches of Zhongping Dan at once. Yuer was stupefied. She couldn't believe that Qinxiang was actually going to do such a crazy thing. That's right. This is a challenge to my limits, and at the same time, it is a cultivation that can squeeze out my potential. When Qinxiang finished speaking, the 10 magic method furnaces insides lit up with flames and began to burn the divine fruits inside. This time he was using the Dewan refining method differently because he was going to use the on 10 of the pill furnaces at the same time. Yuer now understood why Qinxiang wanted to own such a large secret room. It was very likely that Qinxiang would not only need to simultaneously control 10 pill furnaces, he might even need to control more. The 10 magic method furnace were burning the 10 sets of 5 elements divine fruits, and each pill furnace released a dazzling 5-colored light. The light was extremely beautiful, filling the entire room, making Yuer feel as if she was in a 5-colored SPAC, while the 10 magic method furnace were like 10 5-colored stars. How long will it take? Furthermore, previously, when Qinxiang was refining his 5 elements Dan, the fastest thing he could do was for it to be more than an hour. Even if he were to refine a cauldron, it wouldn't be slow. So she felt that there was absolutely no need for Qinxiang to do this. Qinxiang was still very safe in the Jade Cauldron Palace, and right now, no one dared to harass him. Even the previous Ming prince didn't know why, but he still hadn't come to find Xiao Baifeng. Of course, if Xiao Yulan wanted to kick him out, he was afraid that he would have to leave in a hurry. Qinxiang was still very safe in the Jade Cauldron Palace, and right now, no one dared to harass him. Even the previous Ming prince didn't know why, but he still hadn't come to find Xiao Baifeng. Of course, if Xiao Yulan wanted to kick him out, He was afraid that he would have to leave in a hurry. Are you really not afraid that Xiao Yulan will chase you away? Yue replied, If she chased you away, what would you do? Yue saw that it was very easy for Chen Xiang to control 10 pill furnaces. So she tried to see if Qin Xiang could still talk to her in this kind of situation. If she sends me away, I will go find that Prince Ping and have him shelter me for a period of time. I think he will. Qin Xiang laughed. At most, I'll agree to fight with him and refine all kinds of divine pellets. This guy is a battle maniac. He likes compet. 1. Tie in a lot. You can control 10 pill furnaces right now without any pressure. Yue was extremely surprised. A little. Using my refining method to refine this 5 elements Dan is relatively easy. I would be able to learn it very quickly the first time I refine it. In addition to today's compet, 1. Tie-in between Xiaoping and I am more familiar with it. Of course, if I were to refine Tianhui Dan, I would not be able to last past 2 batches. Qin Xiang said. He tried it and found that it was rather strenuous, but the consumption was not bad for him. It was just like when he was a child tempering his body. Although his body was very tired, he felt indescribably comfortable. Sometimes, if he didn't temper his body, he would feel uncomfortable instead. Yue could now clearly see the movement of the magic method furnace. After the 5 divine fruits in the pill furnace had turned into 5 different colored ses of air, they were then compressed and fused together by a force. The process of fusing them wasn't long. It was obvious that everything was going smoothly. After the fusion, it turned into a 5-colored ball of light that constantly flickered. After the BALL S rotated for a short while, they were all split into 6 parts by Qin Xiang. Each of the magic method furnace had 6 small BALL S of air. As it shrank, the light it released was also the strongest. Little Moon felt a stabbing pain in her eyes. As the S of air shrunk, the light also weakened, becoming a 5-colored pill. All 6. Yue exclaimed, This should take about 8 hours. If you were to refine it in 1 furnace, it should take about 6 hours. She saw that Qin Xiang's head was covered in sweat and said, If you go to concoct the pill in 1 furnace, the consumption would definitely not be that severe. Qin Xiang nodded his head. That's right, but this kind of consumption is helpful to me. If I had been honed like this many times, I wouldn't be so tired. After he finished, he came out of the big secret room. It was already dark now, so Xiao Baifeng sat on the chair, holding his head, with his eyes closed as if he was resting. Elder sister Baifeng, Qin Xiang gently shouted. He had told Xiao Baifeng before that he should not disturb him while he was refining pills. On one hand, he did not want Xiao Baifeng to see his Dewan refining method. How many batches have been refined? You must be very tired. When Xiao Baifeng saw how exhausted Qin Xiang looked, she also felt a little guilty. Other people who nurtured the alchemist would never let the alchemist risk his life to earn the Shanyuan stone. But now she wanted the alchemist to nurture her instead. I finished refining them all. There's a total of 60 pills. Qin Xiang took out a jade case and laughed complacently. Have you found a market yet? Very soon, we will be making a huge profit. Xiao Baifeng could not believe it. She knew that Chen Xiang had entered the secret room much earlier than she had expected, and had been able to steadily produce 6 pills from every furnace. She took a deep breath when she saw the 5 brilliant 5 elements Dan S inside the jade box. She felt that the amount of Shen Yuan stone Qin Xiang had earned in a few days' time was probably more than what she had ACCU mulet over the years. If we are to compete like this, even the Prince Ping cannot compare to you. You are indeed stronger than him. If you had a master like him, you would be even more amazing. Xiao Baifeng received the jade box. She was very curious about Chen Xiang's master, but she didn't know the name when Qin Xiang said it. Elder sister Baifeng, Finish selling these tomorrow morning and buy some 5 elements divine fruits. I want to try to refine a 5 elements Dan with the spiritual light. Qin Xiang said, I should be able to sell this for more. If you can refine it, selling it for 6 million will not be a problem, but you need to keep the quant. 1. Tight to make a profit. Also, the refining process will be more complicated. Is that all right? Xiao Baifeng no longer dared to doubt Qin Xiang's strength, but she still felt that it was somewhat impossible. If Qin Xiang wanted to maintain his profits, then he would have to maintain the amount of divine light pill he used to refine. Have you forgotten about Tianhuidan? The refining process of the Tianhuidan was even more complicated, and it had changed before. So, this is definitely not a problem. I'll try it, and then I'll know. Qin Xiang laughed. All right, go and rest. Xiao Baifeng's pet. 1. Ti Jade face revealed a smile and nodded. Xiao Baifeng had already found a selling place, and they were all large pill stores in the Jade Cauldron Palace. The price had already been agreed upon. These large pill stores were distributed in a few large cities in the Divine Cauldronation, and Xiao Baifeng had currently delivered them to his doorstep. In just a single morning, she had sold all of these 5 elements Dan. Now, she already had over 200 million Xinyuan stone, and she had only used 20 million Xinyuan stone to buy divine medicine before, but now she had increased it by 10 times. Xiao Baifeng was currently very excited. Xinyuan stone were useful to her as well, but she had been ACCU, mulating resources over the years. How could she be able to earn as fast as she was earning now? She felt that she had placed her bet correctly. Thus, her current mood was akin to that of a gambler who had won a gamble. It had been a long time since she had such a good mood. Han Kei, are you sure Baifeng is going to sell 65 elements Dan this morning? When Xiao Yulan heard the news, his fingers couldn't help but tremble, and she, who was playing a zither, also went into chaos, while her fingers were trembling. Absolutely true. And yesterday, she had coincidentally bought 10 batches of 5 elements Dan's divine medicine. During the compet, 1. Tie-in between that guy called Shen Fei and the Prince Ping, she had produced 6 pellets in a single furnace. Xiao Hongkei was also very surprised. She had initially thought that Qin Xiang being able to refine 6 5 elements Dan was just a flash in the pan, but she didn't think that he would be able to steadily produce them, and 10 batches at that. Princess, do you want to personally meet this Shen Fei fellow? Xiao Hongkei asked in a low voice. I will think about it. You saw him yesterday. What do you think of this man? Xiao Yulan continued to play and asked softly. This person. Not bad, just a little crazy. Xiao Hongkei did not dare to say what Qin Xiang had done yesterday. She was worried that Xiao Yulan would drive him out of the Jade Cauldron Palace in a fit of rage, causing him to hate her. You lied. Xiao Yulan let out a soft sigh. Tell me the situation where you met him directly. I promise you, I won't make things difficult for him and Baifeng. Xiao Hongkei thought that she pretended to be right, but he was still able to see that she was lying. Xiao Hongkei thought that she pretended to be right, but he was still able to see that she was lying. You and Baifeng have been by my side since you were young. How could I not notice? Xiao Yulan chuckled. Are you worried that I would kick Shen Fei out? Xiao Hongkei nodded his head. Princess, that guy is quite arrogant. She then told him the story of her encounter with Qin Xiang. Princess, it seems like this fellow treats elder sister Baifeng rather well. It's just that he has a mysterious background. Xiao Hongkei said, It looks like he has a good idea on how to earn the Shen Yuan stone, so we don't need to worry about him and Baifeng lacking in help. For the time being, we must be fully prepared to fight for status. Xiao Yulan's expression became serious. Go and see how Xue Xianxian and the others are doing. They are a very critical part of our plan. If they can succeed, then the chances of me getting the throne will be even greater. After Xiao, Baifeng sold all those 5 elements Dan, She had quite a few Xinyuan stone. She bought 30 batches of 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients and then returned to the Jade Cauldron Palace. When she returned, Chen Xiang was still asleep, and Yuera was the one who woke Chen Xiang up. Elder sister Bai Feng, do you know when the large compet 1 Tian will begin? Chen Xiang really wanted to fight Xiao Ping once more. He felt that he could win against Xiao Ping. I still don't know. The exact time was decided by the 7 first-tier celestial kings. You should rest for a few days. We already have a few Xinyuan stone. Xiao Baifeng did not take out the 5 elements Dan asked that she had bought. She was afraid that Chen Xiang would not be able to resist refining them. No need, I can recover pretty much after sleeping. Have you bought the 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients? I want to try to refine a divine spiritual pill. Chen Xiang asked. He was excited. This was the highest quality pill. If he could successfully refine it and produce a lot of pills, he would be able to earn a lot more. Are you really not tired? Xiao Baifeng was now very concerned about her, and she saw that Xiao Baifeng was very worried about her. Chen Xiang felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he chuckled. What's there to be tired about? You're underestimating me. Right now he was full of Pa-S, Shaun, so even if he was tired, it didn't really matter. Xiao Baifeng took out 30 batches of 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients and gave them to Chen Xiang. I'm going to find the princess. Little cat, are you coming with me? Xiao Baifeng touched Yuera, who was standing on Chen Xiang's shoulder. Yuera shook her head. She wanted to see Chen Xiang refine pills, and to her, this was equivalent to opening her eyes. Yuera flew behind him, and Xiao Baifeng headed towards the most restricted area of the Jade Cauldron Palace. Chen Xiang, are you going to refine 30 batches this time? Yuera asked. She really wanted to see what would happen then. Of course not. The Shenyuan stone is not that powerful now. I need to try another method. For example, refining a 5 elements Dan with spiritual light. Also, Chen Xiang blinked his flaming eyes. Seeing his eyes, Yuera couldn't help but S-H-I plus ver. This was Chen Xiang's very mysterious and powerful place. There were 2 bones S in his eyes. Previously, when Chen Xiang was inside the time formation, Yuera had personally witnessed Chen Xiang using this pair of eyes to refine a bone-level Dan. If Chen Xiang could use this method to refine pills, then it would be much faster than his great 1,000 refinements art. I'm currently refining a Zhongping Dan, and I'm not too familiar with this 5 elements Dan yet, so using my eyes to refine pills will definitely not be easy. Chen Xiang said, but I will have to give it a try to know. He took out a portion of 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients and placed it inside the magic method furnace. Then he concentrated the power of bones in his eyes, and 2 beams of fire shot out from his eyes towards the magic method furnace. Did it work? Yuera anxiously shouted. No. Chen Xiang sighed. I didn't control it well enough. I failed. Even though he had successfully refined one part, the other part had become extremely tyrannical because he had not successfully refined it, causing the interior of the magic method furnace to be in chaos. In order to prevent excessive power from exploding, Chen Xiang increased the power in his eyes and burned the lump of medicine aura. What reason? Although Yueta saw that Chen Xiang had failed, she knew that Chen Xiang could succeed. It was just that he was still in the process of learning and groping. S medicinal properties are different from bone-level Dans. Bone-level Dan are easier to refine, and all of the 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients are middle tier, so their resistance is also stronger. Chen Xiang said, I will first slowly refine 2 batches, and when I'm familiar with the process, I will then start to refine with the bones of my eyes. He needed to get more familiar with the 5 elements Dan S herbs and understand the degree of heat he received per inch. Only by doing this would he be able to release the appropriate amount of heat the next time he used his bones to refine the ingredients and fuse them. With his previous experience, he could now concoct a cauldron very quickly. entering the core formation stage in an instant. He had already divided the largest ball of air into two. He was using a normal pill furnace now. So without that light, you air wouldn't be able to see it. You want to refine a divine pill with spiritual light. You air hurriedly hid to the side. Previously, when Chun Xiang was refining the Tianhuadan, it had already exploded. So in order to not affect her, she immediately hid far away. Chun Xiang nodded, and then controlled the 6 small ma, SES of air to collide into one. Although there was a strong shock wave from the impact, it was not as strong as the Tianhuadan from before. This pill furnace could withstand it, but it did not explode. After engaging in such a collision, the quality of the medicine aura had become even higher. At this time, he divided the group of medicine aura into 5 groups, and then quickly formed a core. Not long after, the 5 elements Dan he formed was enveloped in a faint golden light. It's a success, a 5 elements Dan with spiritual lights. Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. 1 hour. If you had refined these 5 divine spiritual pills during your match with Xiaoping, you might have been able to determine that the total value of these pills is higher than his 6 pills. You were too careless. Yue chuckled. But don't worry. You still have a chance to defeat him. As long as the large compet. 1 tie-in starts. Chun Xiang nodded, and then continued to refine the second furnace. In the previous batch of high-quality 6 pellets, 1 pellet could sell for 4 million Xinyuan stone, and 6 pellets could sell for 24 million. And now, a pot of it with spiritual brilliance could be sold for 30 million, more than before. Of course, if he were to use the 10,000 refinements method to refine 10 batches of 5 elements Dan with spiritual light, it would be very difficult. So he did not plan to do so. The second batch of 5 elements Dan-S that were able to refine 5 pellets of spiritual light were still successfully completed. Now he was going to use his eyes to refine 5 elements Dan-S for the second time. When Xiao Baifeng arrived at Xiao Yulan's palace, he was currently very nervous. This was because he had once said very arrogant words to Xiao Hongke. When Xiao Baifeng arrived at Xiao Yulan's palace, he was currently very nervous. This was because he had once said very arrogant words to Xiao Hongke. Hongke already told me, "Don't worry, I won't chase him away. Although I don't trust him yet, I don't want him to join any other powers. Based on his current performance, once he leaves Jade Cauldron Palace, the other divine kings will definitely come to recruit him immediately." Seeing the worry on Xiao Baifeng's face, Xiao Yulan smiled lightly. "Princess, don't you want to see him? Maybe there are some things he's only willing to tell you?" Xiao Baifeng said, "I'll think about it." Xiao Yulan sighed softly. "You need to understand that before I understand him well enough, I won't place too much resources in his body. I'm worried that I'll raise tigers and cause trouble." "I understand, Princess. You've always been cautious." Xiao Baifeng sighed helplessly. He already understood Xiao Yulan's current attitude and was unwilling to help him. "Go back. If he wins the tournament, I'll talk to him alone. And if I act very serious about him right now, it will be very dangerous for him. At this stage, for the sake of obtaining the throne, those guys can do anything." Xiao Yulan said, "You can rest. Assured I will not chase him away." Chun Xiang now believed that there was no chance for him to save Xiao Yulan. So if he wanted to save Xue Xianxian and the others, they could only think of another way. But Yue had already helped him get hold of a map, and Xue Xianxian and the rest were hidden inside a mountain. That place was heavily guarded, and was also protected by many powerful array formations. It would be difficult, even for him, to activate Heaven Tour to check that place. Inside the secret room, Chun Xiang placed the 5 elements Dan's medicinal ingredients into the magic method furnace. 2 lines of flames shot out from his eyes, causing the 5 elements divine fruits to burst out with a ray of red light, before turning into BALs of air. "Done!" Yue shouted in surprise. How did you manage to refine and fuse it in such a short period of time? In that instant, several steps were completed, and these were all conceived according to my memories. When I release the divine power in my eyes, this divine power will do as I please, and I will be able to refine and fuse it in an instant. Qin Xiang said, so when my eyes release the divine power, I will consciously and quickly extract a large amount of 6 realms power. What kind of training method is this? Moonchild could hear the clouds and mist, but she still felt that it was very powerful. Heart training Dharma. Qin Xiang laughed. According to what I have in mind, I shall complete multiple steps in an instant. There are also these in the heavenly alchemy. Next up, I only need to complete the final step of refining the divine spiritual pill by myself. This can be completed very soon. Qin Xiang consecutively refined 10 batches, 3 batches in 2 hours and 10 batches in 6 hours. Including the previous 2 batches, there are now a total of 60 pills. Qin Xiang looked at the 5 elements Dan inside the jade box that were S, H, I, plus Ning with spirit light and revealed a satisfied smile. Walking out of the secret room, Xiao Baifeng, who was practicing his sword techniques in the courtyard, immediately walked over. Did you forge another 10 batches? Xiao Baifeng saw that Qin Xiang was even more tired than before and immediately wiped off the perspiration on his face. It's nothing. To me, this is a type of cultivation. Qin Xiang laughed and took out a jade box to give to her. I will sell it. I will sell it in a high profile so that the Prince Ping will know that I can refine that many divine spirit 5 elements Dan. Xiao Baifeng seemed to have understood Qin Xiang's intention. Qin Xiang wanted to tell Xiao Ping that he still had a lot of power. As expected of 5 elements Dan with spiritual lights, you really did what you said. How many sets of medicinal herbs are used here? Xiao Baifeng saw that the inside of the box was filled with spirited and sparkling divine pills. She only revealed a surprised look in her eyes, but she was not as surprised as she was previously. She was already used to it. 12. I failed in my previous attempt. Qin Xiang said, and your speed is not any slower than before. After selling these, can you help me buy some of the medicinal ingredients that I entrusted you to investigate before? Those were all the Zhongping bone level Dan's medicinal ingredients. Sure, those medicinal herbs aren't too expensive. Xiao Baifeng was curious to know what kind of divine pill that was used to refine. It was because Qin Xiang seemed to care a lot about it. It was still early, so Xiao Baifeng immediately went out to sell the Spirit Soul 5 Elements Dan that Qin Xiang had just refined, and Qin Xiang continued to refine. He needed to help Xiao Baifeng earn a large amount of Shenyuan Stone S, and that would allow him to buy the bone-level Dan's ingredients. If he wanted to continue condensing bones, he would need a middle-ranked bone-level Dan. This was the only way he could increase his strength quickly. Before long, the alchemistess of the Imperial 9 Palace would know that a large number of divine Spirit 5 Elements Dan had appeared on the market, and that these 5 Elements Dan were all being sold by Xiao Baifeng. When they found out that Xiao Baifeng was selling the Spirit Soul 5 Elements Dan, many people thought that Qin Xiang had refined all of them. It had to be known that 5 Elements Dan S could only be refined to raise the quality of divine pellets by sacrificing a large amount of pellets. But now that Qin Xiang had sold so many lotus seeds, it was not worth it at all. Young master, what do you think of the quality of this 5 Elements Dan? Xiao Ping's old follower also obtained one from who knows where. This was refined by that brat Xin Fei. Xiao Ping took out his divine tool, which was specially used to test the quality, and placed the 5 Elements Dan with spirit light into the hole. The numbers immediately showed up. 190. Xiao Ping said with a frown, the spiritual light 5 Elements Dan I refined is also only 170, but he is actually 10 times higher than me. I just don't know how many pills he can produce. It's definitely only 1 pellet. Young master, you're so powerful, But even after using all your strength, you're still only using 2 pellets. He's much weaker than you. The old follower said, No, Xiao Baifeng just sold a lot of high-quality 5 elements Dan this morning, and now he's selling another 60 spirit soul 5 elements Dan. Xiao Ping took in a deep breath. This pill was just made not too long ago. Could it be that he was able to refine 60 divine spirit 5 elements Dan in a day? How is this possible? The old follower shouted in shock, Young master, to refine a cauldron, you will need at least an hour and a half. Furthermore, even if he is able to refine 1 pellet in 2 hours, it would still take him 60 hours to refine 60 pellets. Nothing is impossible. He has the heavenly alchemy. Xiao Ping said, Last time he didn't use his true strength because he was worried that his ident. 1 Tai would be exposed. Furthermore, looking at Xiao Baifeng's speed at selling the 5 elements Dan and earning the Shen Yuan stone, the 1 billion she lost will be back very soon. This fellow really looks down on people. He actually didn't bring out his true strength to compete with you. Young master, I will go and teach him a lesson. The old follower raged. There must be a reason. Furthermore, he must have other reasons for sneaking into our Imperial 9 palace. But I wonder what he wants from us? However, this is a matter of the Jade Cauldron Palace. He is now also one of Royal Sister's subordinate. Xiao Ping said, There must be a reason. Furthermore, he must have other reasons for sneaking into our Imperial 9 palace. But I wonder what he wants from us? However, this is a matter of the Jade Cauldron Palace. He is now also one of Royal Sister's subordinate. Xiao Ping said, But from what I heard, Jade Cauldron Divine King didn't place too much importance on Qinxiang and didn't go to see him for a long time. The old follower said, The Royal Sister has always been very cautious. She might be trying to find out where Qinxiang came from now. She wanted to find out why Qinxiang is here. However, Xiao Baifeng was with Qinxiang because he liked Qinxiang's ability to refine pills. It must be said that Xiao Baifeng had indeed picked up a treasure, and as long as she could become friends with Qinxiang, Qinxiang would definitely take care of her in the future. Xiao Ping sighed. Xiao Baifeng is not an easy little girl either. She was originally the big sister of the female servant under the Jade Cauldron Divine King, but she was stuck at the bottleneck of the 30 divine deity for so many years, unable to break through. This caused her to have no choice but to distance herself far away from the core forces of the Jade Cauldron Divine King, and a lot of people who came later than she did. After all, he was the same as Xiao Baifeng. They were both servants, so he had some sympathy for Xiao Baifeng. Young master, should we tell Jade Cauldron Divine King that this Xin Fei is Qinxiang? The old follower asked. No need, this is his problem. We cannot interfere. Based on our understanding of Qinxiang, he wouldn't do something like that for no reason. It must be because Royal Sister had something to attract him, or because she did something to attract him. If he really is after my Royal Sister, then I can't help but admire his guts. With his current strength, he actually isn't afraid of my sister. The Royal Sister Xiao Ping spoke of was Xiao Yulan. He was very clear of Xiao Yulan's strength. Young master, this Qinxiang is indeed a genius, and he is also a good person. Don't you want to talk to him alone? The old follower laughed. I had intended to do just that. Originally, I had planned to be a bit later, but who would have known that this guy would actually refine so many divine spirit 5 elements Dan? I'm very curious, so I could only go and find him ahead of time. Xiao Ping chuckled. I'll go find him now. There's no need for you to accompany me there. The old follower also knew Xiao Ping's strength. Although he had followed Xiao Ping for many years, Xiao Ping had been hiding his strength for a long time. As Qinxiang was refining the Spirit Soul 5 elements Dan, Yuer suddenly sensed Xiao Ping's aura and shouted, That Prince Ping is here. He actually came here by himself? This guy is really impatient. Qinxiang laughed. This was within his expectations. Xiang immediately walked out of the secret room, while Xiao Ping and Xiao Baifeng stood in the hall. When Xiao Baifeng saw Xiao Ping come, she was very surprised. In her eyes, Xiao Ping and Xiao Yulan were as respected as Jade Cauldron Divine King. You don't seem surprised at all. Xiao Ping saw Xiang walking in with a smile on his face. You seem to know I'm waiting for you. Xiang sat down with a smile. At this moment, he and Xiao Ping seemed to be old friends. Xiao Baifeng suddenly understood that Xiang was not afraid of the reason why she kicked him out. If Xiao Yulan wanted to kick him out, he could immediately rely on Prince Ping. You're concocting pills? Xiao Ping asked. I have just forged a cauldron. Would you like to try it? Xiang took out a jade box. Inside it were 5 spirit, soul, 5 elements Dan. Xiao Ping took it and looked at it. Although he appeared very calm, he couldn't conceal the surprise in his eyes. You can produce 5 pills in 1 furnace. Xiao Ping didn't dare to believe it. Xiang smiled faintly and agreed. Xiao Ping frowned. If you had competed with me like this back then, you would have definitely won. Now it seems that I have lost quite a bit in terms of refining 5 elements Dan. Prince Ping, you do have talent, but you're stuck in a rut. Xiang said, your control of fire is much better than mine. Are you saying my master didn't teach me well? Or am I too stupid? Xiao Ping laughed bitterly and returned the jade box to Xiang. Xiao Baifeng did not say anything. She did not understand where Xiang got his confidence from, to actually dare instruct the Prince Ping. That's not it. It's just that you lack the spirit of exploration. Your method of refining pills is very traditional, but my alchemy techniques are very different from yours. I've explored it at great risk. Xiang said. Can we talk alone? Xiao Ping looked at Xiao Baifeng. Xiang nodded and brought Xiao Ping into the room. After Xiao Ping entered, he immediately set up a few enchantments to prevent everything here from being leaked out. What is important to talk about? So cautious. Xiang felt that it was a little strange. I know your ident. One Tai. You are Xiang, right? Xiao Ping's words made Xiang's body slightly tremble. Xiao Ping smiled. Don't worry, I will keep this a secret. I won't tell anyone else. I just want to ask you about the heavenly alchemy. I know that you cultivate the heavenly alchemy, so your area of alchemy is very different from ours. Xiang nodded his head. The heavenly alchemy is very mysterious. My pill refining skills were all comprehended from there. If I can succeed, it has a lot to do with the heavenly alchemy. Don't worry, I don't want your heavenly alchemy. I just want to know how to break the rules and explore new alchemy techniques. My master has also said this before, but he cannot do it himself. Xiao Ping asked for advice with a sincere expression. Okay, then let me tell you. These are some of the things that I learned from my exploration. I hope that I can give you a direction. Xiang was not trying to pass his heavenly alchemy to Xiao Ping. It was already too late for Xiao Ping to learn it. They talked for a whole 4 hours, which was extremely important to Xiao Ping. He felt that the various theories that Xiang had spoken of had completely overturned his understanding towards pill refining and had created a huge impact. I have truly benefited greatly from it. I have a general direction now. Xiao Ping took out a jade tablet and handed it over to Xiang. This is the Heaven D Fire Dan's pill formula and can be considered as thanking you for teaching me so much. You must accept it, and you can also refine it. My master has already agreed to let me do whatever I want with this pill recipe. Xiao Ping threw the jade tablet to Xiang. Although Xiang did not pass on the heavenly alchemy to him, he told him his own experience in comprehending techniques, which was more or less useful to Xiao Ping. Xiang accepted the pill formula because he needed it a lot right now. Xiang, there's something I want to ask you. You don't have to answer. Xiao Ping replied, You must have come to the Jade Cauldron Palace with a reason. Are you here for my royal sister? Can you tell me why? Maybe I can help you. Chun Xiang thought about it and shook his head. He believed that Xiao Yulan's restoration of the cauldron must be extremely secretive and definitely did not want others to know about it. If he told Xiao Ping about this matter and Xiao Ping went to find Xiao Yulan, something might happen. He would even be a threat to Xue Xianxian and the others. So he planned to do this secretly. Right now, he wanted to confirm the situation that Xue Xianxian and the others were in. Since Chun Xiang was unwilling to reveal his purpose for coming here, Xiao Ping had no other choice. The fact that he was willing to give the Heaven God Fire Dan's pill formula to Chun Xiang meant that he was willing to believe in Chun Xiang. Since Chun Xiang was unwilling to reveal his purpose for coming here, Xiao Ping had no other choice. The fact that he was willing to give the Heaven God Fire Dan's pill formula to Chun Xiang meant that he was willing to believe in Chun Xiang. I'm going back. I need to prepare for the upcoming large compet. 1 Tian. It will be held in a month. At that time, we can have another big compet. 1 Tian. And you better not underestimate your opponent. In Imperial 9 Palace, the ones you need to watch out for are not only me, but the other few as well. Basically, the divine kings who are still fighting for the throne are all very powerful. Xiao Ping removed the enchantments and walked out of the room with Qin Xiang. When Xiao Baifeng saw Qin Xiang and Xiao Ping walking out while talking and laughing together, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In the few days that she had spent with Chun Xiang, she knew that Qin Xiang's personality was sometimes more arrogant. She was worried that Chun Xiang would anger this Prince Ping. You better not be first, although you have beaten me in refining the 5 elements Dan, but during the large compet. 1 Tian, it is not certain. I hope that you will improve a little this month, and at that time I can see your even more powerful strength. Xiao Ping patted Qin Xiang's shoulder, then looked at Xiao Baifeng and said with a smile, Baifeng, are you really not going to return with those 1 billion Xinyuan stone? I admit defeat, Xiao Baifeng said. Then I'm leaving. Xiao Ping tossed a storage bag to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang didn't even need to look to know that it was 1 billion Xinyuan stone. After Xiao Ping left, Xiao Baifeng and Yue were both extremely curious about what they had said after staying inside for such a long time. What did he give you? Xiao Baifeng looked at the storage bag curiously. You'll know when you see it, won't you? Qin Xiang laughed and handed the storage bag over to her. 1 billion Yuan stone. No, I have to return it to him. He said that he will admit defeat if he's willing to gamble. As Xiao Baifeng spoke, he suddenly thought of something. Not bad, I admit my defeat. This guy thinks he lost to me, so not only did he give me back the 1 billion Yuan stone, he also has this. Qin Xiang raised a jade tablet and laughed. This is the Heaven God Fire Dan's pill formula. This Prince Ping is really not bad. Yue exclaimed in admiration. He's much better than your princess. Xiao Baifeng had to admit that Xiao Ping's actions were highly sought after. Now, she understood why so many people had stood up and supported Xiao Ping to become the new Divine Lord. However, Xiao Ping did not have this intention. Now that Xiao Ping was able to put down his stance of being on equal footing with Chen Xiang, Xiao Yulan wouldn't be able to sit on this level. Of course, this had a lot to do with his personality as well. If Xiao Ping wanted to fight for the throne, he would definitely be as cautious as Xiao Yulan. We don't really need Shen Yuan stone anymore. But I still have to refine all of the remaining 5 elements Dan, S into pills. I am prepared to try to refine this Heaven God Fire Dan. Chan Xiang had already sent his consciousness into the medicinal herbs and exclaimed, It's not easy to find even these medicinal herbs. Maybe even Prince Ping doesn't have that many himself. Qin Xiang wrote an order for Xiao Baifeng. After Xiao Baifeng read it, he frowned. I have only heard of one of these 4 divine medicines, and they are extremely rare ones too. It seems that the Heaven G, Fire Dan's divine medicine is not easy to find. The combination of the Heaven G, Fire Dan's divine medicine had always been kept a secret. For Chen Xiang to be able to casually show it to Xiao Baifeng, it showed that he trusted Xiao Baifeng a lot. It was precisely because of this trust that Xiao Baifeng became even more determined to believe that Chen Xiang was not an evil person. Go and try to buy it first, but first get 10 portions of the Zhongping medicine that I told you to buy before. It's the divine flower of blood bone, the heavenly tendon, GRA, S, and the 7 love G. Daily flowers. Chen Xiang planned to use this month to properly improve his own strength. His current strength was extremely weak in the Imperial 9 Palace. In the next 2 days, Chen Xiang refined 200 Spirit Soul 5 Elements Dan and sold them all to Xiao Baifeng. The sales of these pills were not bad, and they were all sold out very quickly. Right now, other divine nations were gathering to seek refuge in the divine Tripod City with rich people. Most of these rich people were merchants who sold everything they had. But when they saw this rare divine pill, they would not hesitate to make their move. Right now, Xiao Baifeng had more than 3 billion Xinyuan stone in her hands. All the Xinyuan stone that she had previously used on Chen Xiang in these short few days. She had pretty much earned all of them back then. Chen Xiang brought Chen Xiang in, even though he was not allowed to see Xiao Yulan. Xiao Baifeng had been very good to him, and even poured a large sum of money into his body to help him improve. 10 of them, for a total of 1.5 billion Xin Yuan stone. After Xiao Baifeng bought the Zhongping Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, she only asked him to prepare the ingredients for her. At that time, she would definitely want them. It's this price. Chen Xiang looked at the divine medicines. They were all of good quality, and he himself was very satisfied. How did you get them? Did you get them all from the same person? No, I bought them from 3 different people. Each of them has a divine medicine like that, but they are all from the same power. Xiao Baifeng said, I don't know if they colluded to bid the same price. 3 sets of ingredients for the bone level Dan. Each one was priced at 50 million Shen Yuan stone, adding up to a total of 150 million. This was so expensive that Xiao Baifeng almost gave up and ran back, but she saw that Chen Xiang was very concerned about it and gritted her teeth as she bought them. Oh, from the same faction? Could it be that they were responsible for growing the divine medicine? You didn't let them know your ident. One tie, right? Chen Xiang said, Don't mind it too much. This medicine is worth this price. It seems that in the entire divine Cauldron Nation, there is only such a power that can sell it. That's right. It's from the great National Master's medicine shop. Normally, these 3 divine medicines are not publicly sold, but I found them through some underground channels. Xiao Baifeng was even more curious now. Just what kind of divine pills medicinal herb is this? Why is it so expensive, much more expensive than some Zhongping Dan's divine medicine? It's from the bone level Dan. Chen Xiang said in a low voice, Don't be too shocked. I got the pill formulas a long time ago, and Prince Ping knows that I have them too. When they were chatting in the room, Xiao Ping had mentioned about the bone level Dan to Chen Xiang. You can refine bone level Dan? Xiao Baifeng's beautiful little face was filled with surprise. Shu, I have known it for a long time. During this time you should go and buy the 5 elements Dan's divine medicine, and wait for me to finish refining a cauldron of bone level Dan before coming out to earn the Shen Yuan stone's money. Chen Xiang said, 10 batches of Zhongping bone level Dan's medicinal herbs had used half of the Shen Yuan stone he had earned just now. Therefore, he had to continue refining the 5 elements Dan to sell. Xiao Baifeng was the same as Xiao Yulan right now. They both wanted to know where Chen Xiang came from and what his motive for coming to the Imperial 9 Palace was. A person with great pill refining skills must have an extraordinary background. But why did he sneak into the Imperial 9 Palace? Seeing Xiao Baifeng's doubtful expression, Qinxiang laughed. Elder sister Baifeng, I had indeed come here to take a look at the Jade Cauldron Divine King, but who would have known that she wouldn't like me? So I gave up on this idea. Originally, I felt that it was a pity, but afterwards, I felt that encountering elder sister Baifeng was not a bad thing for you. As you didn't come here in vain, I'll leave after the large compete that I datian. I promised that Prince Ping that I would compete with him. Seeing Xiao Baifeng's doubtful expression, Qinxiang laughed. Elder sister Baifeng, I had indeed come here to take a look at the Jade Cauldron Divine King, but who would have known that she wouldn't like me? So I gave up on this idea. Originally, I felt that it was a pity, but afterwards, I felt that encountering elder sister Baifeng was not a bad thing for you. As you didn't come here in vain, I'll leave after the large compete. One Tian. I promised that Prince Ping that I would compete with him. Yue replied, If it wasn't for you, elder sister Baifeng, this little scoundrel would have left long ago. You've invested so much in him. If he didn't help you earn it back, then he would have left with a guilty conscience. Xiao Baifeng nodded his head. I was overthinking it, sorry. It's okay. That's right. How many middle tier 5 elements Dan are you selling here? Qinxiang asked. This. A lower tier Xinyuan stone could sell for up to 3 billion. If it was middle tier, 7 to 8 billion was not a problem. Furthermore, 1 or 2 of these pills will only appear after a long time, so a single pill is hard to come by. Xiao Baifeng thought of something and asked in shock, Are you trying to sell this bone level Dan? Not bad, just sell a middle rank one. Moreover, this matter must be kept a secret. If you are unable to do so, then let me do it. Qinxiang said, That's not too good, right? Bone level Dan are so rare and precious, it would be best if you don't sell them. Would it be better to keep them for yourself? Xiao Baifeng said, It's better if you go and train yourself with 5 elements Dan. I don't have the heart to watch you sell such rare and precious bone level Dan. Refining 5 elements Dan would also earn you Xin Yuan stone. All right. Qinxiang nodded his head. Elder sister Baifeng, have you never eaten a bone level Dan before? What have you eaten is low grade, something that the princess bestowed to me. You have only eaten 2 pills, but you have not succeeded in condensing bones. Xiao Baifeng sighed. It's all because my innate talent isn't good enough and I wasted my bone level Dan. Yue really wanted to tell her that Qinxiang eating bone level Dan was like eating beans, but if she were to say it like that, her strength would be exposed. When you were eating the shopping bone level Dan, how long did you take to refine the medicinal strength? Qinxiang asked. You condensed your bones? Hearing Qinxiang's question, Xiao Baifeng seemed to have a lot of experience. Hurry up and answer me. Qinxiang laughed and did not directly answer her. It only took 8 hours, recalled and said, but now she was sure Qinxiang had bones. But according to her knowledge, cultivating bones meant that one had to condense 10 sets of divine deity, something that one would only do when reaching the realm of the supreme God. Of course, even if he lent her a few heads, she would never have imagined that Qinxiang had 6 bones now. I think there's a problem with the quality of the bone level Dan. You should go and purchase low rank bone level Danes now, and according to your circumstances, I will help you refine a few batches of them. If you can't eat the appropriate bone level Dan, you won't be able to condense even if you eat 1,000. Qinxiang said. It could be said that he had a lot of experience with eating bone level Dan. Is this true? Xiao Baifeng could not believe that there was actually an alchemist that could refine bone level Dan for her based on her circumstances. This was something that was difficult to come by, something she could not even imagine in her dreams before this. At this moment, she was extremely excited. Even though she was stuck at a bottleneck, if she could condense bones, then her strength would increase and maybe even allow her to break through a bottleneck. Ever since she left Xiao Yulan's core strength, she had not acquired any bone level Dan. Previously, She had also planned to buy one for herself, but it was very expensive and she also needed to buy one quickly. Of course it's true. You still don't believe in my strength? Refining low-grade bone level Dan is a piece of cake for me. The problem is that I don't have any medicinal herbs, so you should go and buy them. They should be much cheaper than middle-grade bone level Dan. Qinxiang said. Xiao Baifeng nodded excitedly, then immediately ran out. Qinxiang had also gone into closed-door training to refine his Zhongping bone level Dan. He did not expect that his bone level Dan would be controlled to such an extent. It was no wonder that so many people would support Xiao Ping. Furthermore, even Xiao Yulan did not dare to do anything to Xiao Ping because they needed to cultivate their bones and rely on great national master to refine bone level Dan for them. It looks like you can't sell that bone level Dan like you're selling fruits. It will affect Xiao Ping. Besides, you don't need to earn Xinyuan stone so quickly right now. Yu Er said. Yes, if I sell bone level Dan like crazy, the great national master will attack me. Qinxiang laughed. It doesn't matter if I don't sell, I can still earn a lot selling 5 elements Dan S. Yu Er stuck out her tongue. In his eyes, the 5 elements Dan that others were crazily trying to buy was not a big deal. Hankei, do you have anything to report in the next 2 days? Xiao Yulan had stayed in the secret room for 2 days already, so when she was inside, no one dared to disturb her. Although Xiao Yulan was Blee princess and possessed the strength of a first-rate divine king, she didn't give off the kind of domineering feeling. However, her elegance and ability still made others feel that she was too high to be desecrated. Yes, Prince Ping went to look for Shen Fei, elder sister by Feng sold 205 elements Dan with spiritual lights. Xiao Hongkei said, this was not only a big matter for Xiao Yulan, it was also true for other forces. The other forces had only found out that Xiao Yulan did not come into contact with Qinxiang, so they believed that Xiao Yulan did not value him highly. Also, when elder sister by Feng goes out, she would be invited by other powers to converse with her in detail, but she rejected them all. Xiao Hongkei was also very anxious. Princess, all the major powers want this Shen Fei right now. However, because Shen Fei is still in the Jade Cauldron Palace, they cannot directly come to find him. It's time to see him. Xiao Yulan sighed. In such a short period of time, Qinxiang had refined so many spirit soul 5 elements Dan, and even allowed Xiao Ping, the Prince Ping, to visit him. Right now, she was secretly grateful to Xiao Baifeng. If not for Xiao Baifeng, he might have definitely been taken away by the other party under the generous conditions offered. Xiao Yulan sat in the carriage, living with Xiao Baifeng, who Xiao Hongkei had come to live in. The elder sister Baifeng is out. That guy is probably concocting pills inside. Should we go in? Xiao Hongkei got off the car, went to knock on the door, but no one came to open it. Was a little depressed. Previously, both Qinxiang and Xiao Baifeng wanted to see Xiao Yulan very much. But now that Xiao Yulan had come, no one bothered with him. Yuer and Qinxiang remained in the secret underground room. Yuer had detected Xiao Yulan's aura and exclaimed, "The Jade Cauldron Divine King is here!" Hee. She can't sit still anymore either. Let her wait outside, humph. Qinxiang was furious in his heart. If not for the fact that Xue Xianxian was kidnapped by the woman, he would have long since cultivated in peace. There was no need for him to run all the way to this place. Let her wait outside, humph. Qinxiang was furious in his heart. If not for the fact that Xue Xianxian was kidnapped by the woman, he would have long since cultivated in peace. There was no need for him to run all the way to this place. For the sake of Xianxian and the rest, you cannot hold your breath. Yuer said, she has now left her residence. The mountain where Xianxian and the rest were imprisoned in is right near to her residence. Qinxiang asked, "Right, you want to go now?" Yuer was a little surprised. "If you want to go, then so be it. My usage of SPAC is better than yours. Even if I am discovered, as long as it's not an expert of Xiao Yulan's level, I can escape." Be careful. It's best if you don't get discovered. Chun Xiang warned. Now that Xiao Yulan had left her most secure place, Yue also dared to go ahead and inspect. Xiao Yulan's strength made her most fearful, so as long as Xiao Yulan wasn't around, she would definitely dare to go. Chun Xiang was currently refining a middle-tier bone level Dan, although he had a lot of experience in refining shopping bone level Dan, but the middle-tier herbs were different now. In order to not waste this divine medicine, he had to be careful in the beginning and refine it quickly. Right now, he released a strand of divine soul and floated in the air. He saw Xiao Yulan sitting in that elegant jade carriage. Not long after, Xiao Baifeng returned. She had rushed back in a hurry, and it was very clear that Xiao Hongke had called her back using a messenger. Xiao Yulan was Xiao Baifeng's master after all, and had raised her since she was young. To Xiao Baifeng, Xiao Yulan was her savior, so he came back the moment he found out that Xiao Yulan had come. After Xiao Baifeng returned, he opened the door, and Xiao Yulan's car entered the courtyard to stop. At this time, Chun Xiang also saw Xiao Yulan getting off the carriage. Xiao Yulan's appearance was exactly the same as Yuer's. She was indeed very beautiful, and she didn't look like a cold yet strong overlord. But on the contrary, she looked very gentle. When she looked at Xiao Baifeng, she even revealed a sweet and loving smile and wore a light, elegant, and white dress that was holy and beautiful. Chun Xiang had seen several women like this, but the reason why this Xiao Yulan had such a temperament was even more majestic than the ones he had seen before, was because Xiao Yulan was much stronger. Chun Xiang was still using his divine soul to keep watch, but that divine soul was instantly erased. As expected, it was only released by releasing a little of your aura and already dispersed my divine soul. Baifeng, I tried to urge you to stay, but you still resolutely left my side. Now it seems that you're right. You've had a pretty good encounter today. Xiao Yulan looked at the cave, then looked at the room that led to the secret room, as though she could sense something. Princess, I know my own strength. With my current strength, staying by your side will not help you in any way. Furthermore, it will be a waste of your resources. Xiao Baifeng lowered his head and said, If I let you stay by my side, I don't necessarily have to make you work for me. Can't you treat me as a friend, a big sister? Xiao Yulan laughed blandly. Oh right, you should still have a friend here. Is it inconvenient for him to come out? He's concocting pills. Xiao Baifeng looked at the room. She really hoped that Chun Xiang would come out now. Previously, when she saw that Chun Xiang was a little disgusted with Xiao Yulan, she was very conflicted because she knew Xiao Yulan was very good to her. Princess, can you wait for him? How about I bring him to find you after he's done concocting pills? Xiao Baifeng said. She also knew that for a princess like Xiao Yulan, who had the qualifications to receive the throne, to wait here was definitely impossible. I will wait for him. He concocts pills really quickly. Xiao Yulan smiled lightly. Princess, you can go back first. When he comes out, I'll talk to him and take him to see you. Xiao Baifeng didn't dare say that Chun Xiang was refining Zhongping bone level Dan. He had told her before that she must keep it a secret, so even if it was in front of Xiao Yulan, she had to keep it a secret. He must have been waiting for me for a long time. What's the harm in me waiting for him now? Xiao Yulan's face also held a trace of guilt. Baifeng, are you sure he's trustworthy? Xiao Baifeng nodded his head. If my judgment is wrong, I am willing to die to apologize. Xiao Hongke laughed. Elder sister Baifeng, please don't make it so scary. Our princess hopes that you can find a good man to marry. With your personality before, she is worried that you will live your entire life by yourself. Yeah, don't be like me. You're still single after so long. Xiao Yulan chuckled. She was still easy to talk to, but now she realized that Xiao Baifeng's character had changed greatly. Xiao Baifeng blushed slightly, but she smiled back. Women are just like that. They get together and never end. Although Chun Xiang treated Xiao Baifeng quite well, he still couldn't go out immediately. He had to wait for Yuer's return. At the same time, he wanted to see how much patience Xiao Yulan had and how long she could wait for him. He now had 10 portions of bone-level Dan, and he was going to refine one for each portion. As he cultivated and concocted, he would be spending a lot of time here. 6 hours later, Yuer returned, and she had come back in secret because she was tired to be absolutely secretive. That woman is too terrifying. She actually set up a mental barrier. Anyone who enters her mental barrier would be discovered. Yuer said, "It wasn't this hard for me to get to that mountain. She's waiting for me to leave, hee." Chunxiang laughed. "Let her wait outside. Have you seen Xian Xian and the others? I saw them, and I was even talking to them." Just as Great Divine Lord had said, Xian Xian and the others were confident that they could repair that mysterious cauldron, so they were very safe now. Yuer said, although this Xiao Yulan's method of kidnapping them was not good, he treated them very well, and provided them with many good things. How did Xiao Yulan know they could repair that cauldron? The only one who should be aware of this matter is the Great Divine Lord. Could it be the Great Divine Lord? Chunxiang frowned. It wasn't Great Divine Lord who told her, but she had people use a kind of fortune-telling method to find Xue Xianxian and the others. They don't know much about hundreds of Flowers Village. Yuer replied, "This technique is much more powerful than the Heaven Extended method, but it also uses up a lot of your lifespan. I just don't know who is casting it. They should be safe by now." Chunxiang heaved a sigh of relief. "Not bad. I think you should explain to Xiao Yulan why you're here. This woman is still very good to women, but to the outside world she is very strong, and this is what Xianxian told me." Yuer said. Chunxiang laughed. "Then let's wait until after this round. Let's see how long she can wait." If Xiao Yulan, who was outside, knew that Chunxiang had purposely made her wait, he would definitely be furious. She, a dignified princess of the divine nations, was actually deceived and forced her to wait. Xiao Baifeng was also very anxious. The reason she advised Xiao Yulan to leave was because she knew that Chunxiang needed some time to refine the Zhongping Dan. Chunxiang took 12 hours to refine the first batch of Zhongping bone-level Dan, which was considered relatively slow for him. When he had first started learning 5 elements Dan, he had done it much faster than this. Chunxiang took 12 hours to refine the first batch of Zhongping bone-level Dan, which was considered relatively slow for him. When he had first started learning 5 elements Dan, he had done it much faster than this. This Zhongping bone-level Dan is so difficult, but you'll have to get used to it in the future. Chunxiang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 divine pellets he had condensed. The current ingredients were extremely precious. One serving was worth 150 million Xinyuan stone, unlike the divine medicines that were easily copied out previously, which did not require Xinyuan stone S. "Do you want to eat it now?" Yuer asked. "If you trigger the opportunity to condense bones, you'll have to cultivate for several days." That's for sure." Chunxiang seemed to have forgotten that there was a princess waiting for him outside. If it was before, Yuer would definitely not have asked such a question, because Chunxiang condensing bones one after another was already extremely heaven-opposing. She had personally seen it twice, so she felt that it wasn't strange for such a thing to happen to Chunxiang. Is still outside. She's been waiting patiently for most of the day, and she doesn't intend to leave. Yuer reminded Chunxiang, "Now that the delay pills have been refined, I want to give it a try right away." Chunxiang looked at the bone-level Dan and said, "It doesn't matter if she goes first. Elder sister Baifeng can bring me to see her in the future anyways." Now he knew that Xue Xianxian and the others were already safe, so he was not in a hurry to meet Xiao Yulan. Chunxiang ate a bone-level Dan and then began to refine it. When he woke up, it had been more than 16 hours. To actually need such a long time to refine it, it seems like my physical body strength is not enough. Chunxiang said, if his refining speed was too fast, then the quality of the divine pellet would not be able to match up to his fleshly body. Right now, the refining time was more than 6 hours, and his body couldn't keep up with the quality of the divine pellet. Xiao Yulan was still outside. This woman was really patient. She waited here for you for more than 10 hours. Yue yawned. Now you need to strengthen your body, allowing yourself to refine 1 zhongping bone level dan every 6 hours, so that you can trigger the opportunity to condense divine deity. Chun Xiang nodded, took a bath, and walked out of the secret underground room. Xiao Yulan had said that she would wait until Qin Xiang finished refining the pill. Although it was a long time, she and Xiao Hongke could still rest in Xiao Baifeng's room. When Chen Xiang came out, she looked very calm and collected. However, when he saw this peerless, jade, cauldron divine king with his own eyes, he still felt that she was very stunning. Shen Fei, she is my princess, the legendary jade cauldron divine king. Xiao Baifeng was worried that Qin Xiang would spout such arrogant words, so he anxiously walked over and pulled on Qin Xiang's sleeves, because Qin Xiang had previously displayed that he hated Xiao Yulan. Greetings, Princess Yulan. Qin Xiang bowed politely. That's right. It's even more outstanding than what I imagined. Xiao Yulan smiled with praise on his face and nodded his head. Qin Xiang was neither humble nor arrogant. With a determined look on his face, he gave off a very stubborn feeling, as though he would never lower his head to anyone. Princess Yulan is more beautiful than I thought as well, and much different from what I imagined. Chen Xiang laughed and stared at Xiao Yulan's beautiful jade face. Xiao Yulan was currently dressed in a luxurious purple dress, looking very blie, but she did not have that kind of unapproachable feeling. She gently smiled. There might be some misunderstandings between us, or it might be my actions alone that made you have a bad impression of me. Xiao Yulan could guess the impression that Chen Xiang had of her before, and the feeling Qin Xiang gave her was also not bad. Amongst the people she had met, if a man like Chen Xiang, who wasn't even AG, saw her, he would probably be intimidated by the pressure that was being emitted from the dozens of divine deity in her body. However, Chen Xiang didn't seem to feel any pressure as he continued to stare at her face and scrupulously. His gaze was a little mischievous, as if he wanted to see her entire body. This is also my fault. It's normal for you to be angry. Now I hope to be able to dispel this little contradiction that we are seeing and to have a better time with each other in the future. Xiao Yulan walked closer to Qin Xiang, allowing him to clearly smell the refres. Plussing fragrance from her body. Qin Xiang observed the jade-like skin of Xiao Yulan's face from a close distance, seeing her pair of beautiful eyes that flickered with a strange color and exuded charm. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised in his heart. Can we talk alone? Qin Xiang looked at Xiao Baifeng and Xiao Hongke behind her. Even though they were both extremely beautiful women, the two of them had become much dimmer by Xiao Yulan's side. Don't you think you're acting a little too arrogantly in front of me? If you want to talk to me alone, even other second-rate, third-rank divine king would not dare to raise this kind of request to me. Xiao Yulan said this with a smile. He didn't know if she was angry, but Xiao Hongke and Xiao Baifeng were extremely nervous. Just now, Chen Xiang could feel a trace of power from Xiao Yulan. He immediately understood that Xiao Yulan had hidden it very deeply. The power that she had displayed just now was the power a monarch should have. Qin Xiang said very seriously, "Right now, I am the same as you. Both of us only want to eliminate the small misunderstanding between us that shouldn't exist. There are some things that we need to talk about alone. It's not that I don't respect you." At this time, he took out the stone that Jiu Tsanghai, the great divine lord, had given him, because he could already feel her atti towards him from Xiao Yulan's words just now. Xiao Baifeng and Xiao Hongke had the same thought, that it was impossible for Xiao Yulan to agree to Qin Xiang's words. But when Xiao Yulan saw the stone, he frowned slightly and nodded. "Let's talk inside." Qin Xiang suddenly thought of such an important thing. If not, Xiao Yulan would definitely not talk about it with him alone. He followed Xiao Yulan into Xiao Beifeng's room. Xiao Yulan set up a barrier and took the stone over, then asked softly, "How is he now?" "It's not bad. The 9 divine kings only has him now, and he thinks it's hopeless to rebuild the country. So I hope he'll be able to pull himself together." Before Chen Xiang left, he had once encouraged him. "You are Qin Xiang." Xiao Yulan laughed at himself. "I should have known it was you. It's just that recently I've been troubled by so many things I've been muddled." Princess Yulan actually heard this kid's name. What an honor. Qin Xiang said these words with a trace of displeasure. At the same time, he was also very worried. So it turned out that the big shots of divine Cauldron Nation knew of his existence. Being targeted by so many strong people was not a good thing. Xiao Yulan returned the stone to Qin Xiang and laughed lightly. "Since you let this guy out, it would be hard for you not to know. Do you know how many people hated you to the bone for releasing Ju Psanghai?" Xiao Yulan returned the stone to Qin Xiang and laughed lightly. "Since you let this guy out, it would be hard for you not to know. Do you know how many people hated you to the bone for releasing Ju Psanghai?" "I don't know. You probably won't hate me, right?" Qin Xiang kept the stone and sat on a chair, while Xiao Yulan was still standing. When others were talking to her, she was the only one sitting and others standing. "Can't you be a little polite?" Although Xiao Yulan said that, she had already sat down. She shook her head and laughed, indicating that she had no way to deal with Qin Xiang. "I don't hate you, but I'm beginning to hate you." Xiao Yulan sat opposite to her and used her enchanting and beautiful eyes to look straight at Qin Xiang, giving him a lot of mental pressure. Qin Xiang was currently suppressing his curiosity and did not directly look at her divine sensei. He was worried that if he were to be discovered by Xiao Yulan, then he might be kicked out. "Speak. Why did he ask you to come to me?" "It is not bad that he has you as his subordinate. Although it is very difficult to restore his country, it is not impossible." Xiao Yulan said, "You're wrong. He didn't ask me to come here. I came here myself." Qin Xiang frowned. The other party did not know of his relations. I+P with them. "Oh, are you really going to join me?" "Of course, with your strength, I will certainly accept you and give you very good treatment." Xiao Yulan chuckled. "I thought you were completely loyal to Jiu Tsanghai. Did you think that he was too weak and weak?" Qin Xiang sighed. "You're wrong again. Firstly, Jiu Tsanghai and I are not master and servant. We are friends. He is weak, but I promised him that I would do everything in my power to help him restore his country. Secondly, I am not here to rely on you. Can't you think of any other reason for me to come here?" Xiao Yulan frowned slightly. She was distressed because she had guessed wrongly, but her face revealed a depressed look, looking a little cute and mischievous. "Then tell me the real reason why you're here. I don't want to be wrong again." Xiao Yulan said with a smile on his face, "You sent people to capture my wife, sister, and slave. I came here to save them, but after coming here, I found that I was too weak." Qin Xiang said with a trace of anger on his face. Seeing that Xiao Yulan was still confused, Qin Xiang continued, "Xue Xianxian and Lu Menger are my wives. Dongfang Jing is my sisters. Dongfang Xingyue is my female slave. You should know them." Xiao Yulan suddenly came to his senses, but he was still a little doubtful. "How could Dongfang Jing be your little sister?" "Dongfang Xingyue is her aunt, and according to seniority, she should be your aunt as well. Jing Jing is my recognized sister, and Warm Moon became mine because he lost the bet." "You took them." Qin Xiang snorted softly. "It might be inappropriate to bring them out, but I do not have any bad intentions towards them. I just want them to do something for me. When I'm done, I will send them back and heavily reward them. They are doing very well here, but for the time being, I can't let you see them. They are doing very important things." Xiao Yulan understood the reason why Qin Xiang came here, and what made her surprised was that all 4 of their outstanding women actually had such a close relations. I+P with Qin Xiang. "I definitely won't lie to you. I Xiao Yulan, have never told a lie before, Xiao Yulan said very seriously. At the same time, he looked at Qin Xiang with an apologetic gaze. I am truly sorry for causing so much trouble for you. I am truly sorry. I hope you can understand. Of course. Qin Xiang was clear of the reason why Xiao Yulan didn't let him see Xue Xianxian and the others, which was because he was worried that if the matter regarding her cauldron were to leak out, it would affect her plans. Forget it. I have often heard the elder sister Bai Feng speak of you, and I believe in her, so I believe in you too. You must take good care of Xianxian and the others. Qin Xiang sighed. Xiao Yulan's attitude was also not bad, causing the anger in his heart to dissipate quite a bit. You're so good to your wife. You dared to take such a huge risk to enter this place. Xiao Yulan chuckled. You don't have to worry about them. It's Hong Kei taking care of them now. They're living a good life here. I wish that they could stay here in the future. Qin Xiang said, Our misunderstanding should have already been resolved. If you want to join me in building a great cause with me, I will welcome you at any time, Xiao Yulan said. She now understood the reason why Qin Xiang came here, and was relieved when the doubts in her heart were solved. I definitely won't join you. You won't be qualified to become a divine nation's monarch just by looking at it. Qin Xiang laughed. Oh, why do you say that? Hearing this, Xiao Yulan actually did not get angry. He told me himself. Qin Xiang said, I just feel that this isn't what you're thinking, and that this is what you're trying to force out. Xiao Yulan was silent for a moment, then asked, How do you know? Qin Xiang was startled. You really are that way? Xiao Yulan nodded his head. Amen. Although I have always been scheming since I was young, and have cultivated the kind of imposing manner that a monarch should have, this is indeed not what I had hoped for. How did you know? Because I know a woman who really wants to become a female divine lord. Although her strength is much weaker than yours, she has always wanted to be called an emperor. So the feeling you give me is completely different. Qin Xiang was precisely talking about LV Qilian. Oh, if I have the chance, I would like to meet this woman that you have mentioned. Perhaps I can learn something useful from her. Xiao Yulan waved her hand and removed the barrier, then smiled sweetly at Qin Xiang. What we talked about earlier must be kept a secret. Of course. As Qin Xiang walked out of the room, both Xiao Hongkei and Xiao Baifeng, who was outside, were extremely nervous, especially Xiao Baifeng. Hongkei, let's go back. When Xiao Yulan came out, his face was filled with a happy smile, allowing Xiao Baifeng's worried heart to calm down. After Xiao Yulan left, he slumped onto a chair. You're worried to death about me. How would I dare? Your princess isn't a child. How could I dare to bully her? A single glance from her can kill me. Who dares to be disrespectful to her? Qin Xiang laughed. Not long after Xiao Yulan left, Xiao Baifeng said in a low voice, I've bought the low-grade divine medicine from the bone-level Dan. Only 10 of them. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It sounded hard. Xiao Baifeng, you little S.L.U.T. come out. A shout came from outside. It was Ming Prince. The last time this Ming Prince came to ask Xiao Baifeng to marry him, she wasn't willing, so she kept making rumors and raising little men. This already made Xiao Baifeng very angry. The last time this Ming Prince came to ask Xiao Baifeng to marry him, she wasn't willing, so she kept making rumors and raising little men. This already made Xiao Baifeng very angry. And now he actually dared to come knocking on her door, and even loudly insulted her. Xiao Baifeng walked over to open the door, with Qin Xiang following behind her. After the door was opened, Ming Prince led a group of people and rushed in. Ming Prince, what are you doing? Xiao Baifeng looked at the group of people and said with a frown, Little S.L.U.T. I paid such a huge price to convince my wife to accept you as her concubine, but you didn't know what was good for you and actually rejected me. You are only a lowly female servant, and I am the son of the divine nations' royal family. What right do you have to reject me?" Ming Prince shouted in anger, his expression extremely sinister. Xiao Baifeng said coldly, "The princess has just left, and yet you want to cause trouble soon. Could it be that you don't place her in your eyes?" "Royal sister, you have to look at my mother's face. I'm not afraid of her. I have missed you for a long time. Today you must obey me." The Ming Prince pointed at Qin Xiang and shouted, "Capture this brat and beat him up. How dare he get close to my woman?" Xiao Baifeng didn't know what was going on with the Ming Prince to actually dare do such a thing. Seeing that group of people come over, Xiao Baifeng immediately took action, as his body released a white mist. The white mist seemed to have a mind of its own, and once it wrapped around the group of people, they were unable to approach it. "This bastard is too arrogant," Qin Xiang said coldly. He had already left the place, and by the time Xiao Baifeng reacted, it was already too late. Qin Xiang's iron hands were burning red, releasing extremely berserk chi flames, which tore apart the SPAC and struck Ming Prince on the face. Boom! When the meteor immortal power struck, it released a thunderous boom, producing a burst of sparks. Its aura was extremely fierce, and it shook the entire courtyard. Ming Prince was sent flying by Qin Xiang's heavy punch. He flew through the thick wall and fell outside. "Xinfei, stop!" Xiao Baifeng was very clear of his own rules. Although the Ming Prince was very arrogant, he only needed to control himself in a gentle manner. If he was too violent, it would be difficult for Xiao Yulan to explain himself. Just as Xiao Baifeng wanted to use the clouds to block Qin Xiang, she did not expect Qin Xiang to instantly disappear and teleport to the side of the Ming Prince. "How dare you hit me?" Before Ming Prince could finish, he was once again punched ruthlessly by Qin Xiang. "So what if I hit you? I let you be arrogant." Qin Xiang, who was using double bone level, stepped on Ming Prince fiercely with his right leg. With every step he took, a loud sound of thunder would be heard along with a very strong spark. The power of the four-flame divine deity S and four bones S had all been used by Qin Xiang, turning into meteor immortal power S, which were extremely powerful. Every time they attacked, it was like a huge meteor SMAs. HI plussing into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "Get the HELL out of my way." After Qin Xiang beat him up for a while, seeing that it was enough, he kicked the Ming Prince, who was stomped so hard that he did not look like a human anymore, flying far away. Xiao Baifeng also let go of that group of people and let them take Ming Prince away. Xiao Baifeng was extremely shocked with Qin Xiang's power just now. She had already forgotten to blame Qin Xiang, because she felt that it was very likely to be the power of Qin Xiang's bones. Bones was something that she yearned for day and night, and now that she had personally witnessed just how terrifying bones were, she wanted to cultivate them even more. She knew that Qin Xiang had yet to reach Super G, D realm, but that Ming Prince actually had more than 10 divine deity. Even though his strength was very weak, he should not be oppressed by someone who was not even a single Super G, D realm. "You're really reckless." Xiao Baifeng frowned as he looked at the messy surroundings. This guy is not easy to mess with. This guy just deserves a beating. After a beating, he's got a good memory. As for her mother, if she has the guts, then come find me. I'll teach her how to discipline her son. Qin Xiang did not have any fear. He was unlike Xiao Baifeng, who needed to stay in the Imperial Nine Palace for a long time, so he did not have to worry too much about it. The moment Xiao Yulan returned to his own palace, Xiao Hongke took out a jade tablet. After finding out about the news from the inside, he said with a frown, "Then Xin Fei had hit Ming Prince just now, and his attacks were very heavy. Didn't this guy not reach the Supreme GOD stage? Even if the Ming Prince was crippled, he shouldn't have been seriously injured." But elder sister Bai Feng did not make his move. This guy really dares to attack. If Imperial concubine Lien wants to stand up for her son and make her come find me, if she acts against Shen Fei on her own, don't blame me for being impolite. That's what you said when you went to look for her. After all, Qin Xiang's wife was helping her. If she could successfully repair that cauldron, she wouldn't need to be afraid even if the other first-rate divine kings joined hands to deal with her. Inside the secret room, Qin Xiang was refining an inferior-grade bone-level Dan. He could refine it with his eyes in an instant. Xiao Baifeng didn't dare go out either, because she was worried that his mother from the Ming prince would cause trouble for him. What is it? Did you not succeed in refining it? Xiao Baifeng saw that Qin Xiang had just entered the secret room and came out, so he asked immediately. Of course not. I finished refining it. Eat one and see how effective it is. Only by refining it for 6 hours can it be considered suitable for you. Qin Xiang laughed. He had refined quite a few pills. If they were not suitable for her, he would have to sell the rest of the bone-level Dan. Xiao Baifeng thought for a while, then said, You can stay with me. I don't understand the congealing bones, so I need your guidance. Elder sister Baifeng, could it be that you don't understand the process of condensing bones? Qin Xiang asked. Your princess has never mentioned it to you before. No, because she didn't know herself that she had innate bones, so I don't know how much there is. I just heard her mention it. Xiao Baifeng's words caused Qin Xiang to be extremely shocked. He actually was born with this bones. Qin Xiang brought Yuer and followed Xiao Baifeng into the secret room. Xiao Baifeng looked at the low-ranked bone-level Dan and was very excited. This bone-level Dan was a divine pellet that had a price and no market, and the 2 pills she had eaten before looked very ordinary, far inferior to Qin Xiang's pellets. Your first bones should be completed using the shopping Dan. Qin Xiang said, If you really have to trigger the opportunity to condense bones, you must endure through the pain. That process is extremely painful, so when the time comes, don't give up. It's a rare opportunity. Xiao Baifeng nodded seriously, then ate the bone-level Dan. If you can refine it within 6 hours, the chances of you condensing bones will be very high. Bone-level Dan, don't worry. As long as enough Xinyuan stone can buy divine medicine, there won't be a problem. Qin Xiang was extremely confident in this point. Qin Xiang was an experienced person in condensing a bone-level Dan, so he could be considered relatively experienced, and was completely qualified to guide Xiao Baifeng, this great Saint God who possessed 30 divine deity. Qin Xiang was an experienced person in condensing a bone-level Dan, so he could be considered relatively experienced, and was completely qualified to guide Xiao Baifeng, this great Saint God who possessed 30 divine deity. After Xiao Baifeng ate the bone-level Dan, he began to refine it. 5 hours later, Xiao Baifeng opened his eyes and shook his head at Qin Xiang. Seems like you still need higher quality shopping bone-level Dan. Based on Xiao Baifeng's situation, Qin Xiang threw the few shopping bone-level Danes in his hands into the pill furnace. Although this was the first time he had returned to the furnace, he felt that it was not a problem. How long will it take? Xiao Baifeng never thought that the quality of bone-level Dan could be controlled, and with her situation, it would allow her to cultivate bones. It won't be long, just wait patiently. Qin Xiang said. This was indeed very easy for Qin Xiang. He had to admit that refining an inferior-grade bone-level Dan was only for a few moments. At this time, he was carefully dissecting those few bone-level Danes. To change their quality, he only needed to increase it a little, and that would allow Xiao Baifeng to refine them within 12 hours. Then he would have a greater chance at cultivating bones. In a short span of time, Qin Xiang had completed it. His original few bone-level Dan pills, only 3 were left. Try again. Qin Xiang pass, said it to Xiao Baifeng. Xiao Baifeng took one and immediately ate it, then began to refine it. Qin Xiang patiently waited by her side. It was his first time cultivating his bones, so he needed a relatively experienced person by his side. After 6 hours, Xiao Baifeng opened his eyes. Still no results. Xiao Baifeng began to doubt his own talent and said, "It's better if we don't continue. It's such a waste of a bone-level Dan." She was very clear about how much the 2 bone-level Dan she had eaten were worth. She felt that she was not a material that could cultivate bones, so she did not want to continue and waste the bone-level Dan. What is there to waste? I know a guy who only condensed his bones after eating hundreds or thousands of bone-level Dan medicine. You only ate 2 pellets, but I ate quite a lot of them while cultivating in bones in the past, so I need to have some self-confidence. Chunxiang encouraged her and patted her shoulder. There are still 2 pills. I will continue to refine them. Xiao Baifeng nodded his head, then swallowed another bone-level Dan and continued to refine. Now, Chunxiang already knew how many quality shopping bone-level Dan as Xiao Baifeng needed. He followed this standard to refine, and very quickly he finished another batch. Cultivation of bones required a very long time. Eating one required 6 hours. When Xiao Baifeng had eaten the 5th pellet, she had only refined it to the 6th hour point when she frowned and felt that her right arm had some sort of reaction. Chunxiang could also see her right arm trembling slightly, and she anxiously said, "Concentrate all of your body's energy. Transfer all of your energy to your right arm. If you feel pain, you cannot give up. You must persevere. Now that you have successfully lured out the opportunity to condense bones, whether or not you can condense bones will be up to you." Chunxiang said in a serious tone. Xiao Baifeng had always hoped that she could condense bones, so no matter how difficult it was, she had to endure it. She followed Chunxiang's instructions and quickly felt the pain in her right arm. Facing this kind of pain, Xiao Baifeng could only tightly frown. Her jade face only revealed a little bit of a pained expression, which made Chunxiang very surprised. Even though Xiao Baifeng looked like a spoiled Xiao Linglong, she had an extremely strong heart and was just like her personality. This made Chunxiang admire her. The pain lasted for 20 hours. Xiao Baifeng was also drenched in sweat. When she activated her bones, she, who was persisting in the process, suddenly collapsed in Chunxiang's embrace. Chunxiang embraced her pet. One, T-Body, gently caressed her face and lamented, "Truly a strong woman, able to hold on even longer than me." Chunxiang carried her back to her room and laid her on her bed to rest. He did the same thing with his bones before he had to sleep for a while to recover. When Xiao Baifeng woke up the next morning, she knew that she had cultivated bones. Thinking back to the pain she experienced when she condensed bones, she was still a little afraid in her heart, but she was also very satisfied with her performance. After all, she had endured it, and had even successfully condensed a powerful bones. When she transferred the mysterious power from the divine sense, C, into the bones, she could clearly feel the strength of the bones on her right arm. She took a shower and rushed into the hall. Seeing Chunxiang leisurely drinking tea here, she immediately expressed her grat. 1. Toot. I succeeded. Thank you, Xin Fei. There's no need to be polite. You've also helped me out quite a bit, and your success would also be a large portion of your contribution. Whether or not you can condense bones will primarily depend on yourself. Chunxiang laughed and said, Elder sister Baifeng, I have something to take care of first. Can you take me away from Imperial 9 Palace? Chunxiang had received a message from Huang Yantian last night, saying that they would meet each other at an inn in the Divine Tripod City right at the moment because of an urgent matter. Chunxiang himself was not familiar with this Imperial 9 Palace. The last time he came, it was also Xiao Baifeng who brought him in. Of course you can. Are we leaving now? Xiao Baifeng asked. We're leaving now. After that, Chunxiang sat in Xiao Baifeng's car and left Imperial 9 Palace. Mother, you have to seek justice for me. That B-A-S-T-A-R-D Xin Fei is really too arrogant. It doesn't matter that he hit me. The important thing is that he insulted you and said some very nasty words. Ming Prince laid on his bed and cried, and beside the bed stood a beautiful woman with a well-developed figure. This was the mother of the Ming Prince, the imperial concubine Lien. Imperial concubine Lien had a pair of charming phoenix eyes. She looked at Ming Prince, who was lying on the bed. Trash, you actually do such a shameful thing for me. Even if you don't know that Yulan has just met Xin Fei, you should already know that Prince Ping has gone to meet him some time ago. Mother, are you afraid of him? It's because he insulted you that I went to find him to settle the score. He said that he would make you his female servant. When Ming Prince saw Imperial concubine Lien's tone, he made up all sorts of reasons to anger her. What kind of thoughts do you have that I would not know? Just lie here for the rest of your life. Don't expect me to find you high-level divine pellets. Seems like she was not the person who would do everything possible to protect this Ming Prince, as rumored in the outside world. Are you still my mother? Do you really have the heart to see me crippled here? The Ming Prince shouted in anger. After all these years, you've stirred up so many troubles for me. I've long since had enough of you. Bastard, you're just a piece of trash. Why wouldn't I be willing to do that? Imperial concubine Lien's face turned cold. Don't count on me to help you in the future. Let's go. The pretty girl behind Imperial concubine Lien looked very similar to her as she grew up. She had the same charming phoenix eyes as her. At this moment, she was sitting in the carriage with Imperial concubine Lien. This girl was the daughter of Imperial concubine Lien.